Hello everyone, welcome to RPG Limit Break. I am Selcouthmind, host here of Hidden Encounter, the show all about indie and obscure RPGs. I am very excited for today's show. It was actually submitted via the form for the show, so if you also run an obscure or indie RPG you would love to be on the show, submit it. Let me check it out. I'm always looking for new games to have on here. But I see excitement in chat for this run, so I'm not going to keep you away from it. We have Jupi here with Fate Samurai Remnant. Jupi, this is anime, apparently?
It's more than anime. But hi everyone, I'm Jupi, also known as Cute Fingies, and welcome to the world of Fate Samurai Remnant. Also, welcome to the world of Fate. I kind of checked that apparently this is the first ever run of Fate, of the Fate series ever at RPG Limit Break. So, welcome in. Take your time. We're going to be here for 4 hours and a few minutes. But yeah, it's going to be some anime action RPG with a little bit of Koei Tecmo Muso sprinkled in. So I'm really excited to showcase it for everyone. With me, I have anneurismz and Corey3141. Would you like to introduce yourself? And first, I suppose?
Hi, I'm anneurismz. I'm along for the ride. I haven't played this game. I did comms for DLC 3 of this game at the opening of the Multiathon Rivals this year. So I know this game a fair bit, but not as much as somebody who would have played it admittedly.
Hello, I'm Corey. I have not played this game. The only little bit of this game I have seen was with Jupi, and I am very excited to see a lot more about this game in the next 4 hours.
You're welcome for trusting me. Again, like I always say, I treat my commentators very well. But in any case, you might be wondering, we're staying on this screen, and also I don't have a camera. I have a timer instead. This is because this game is timed LRT, so I do need, in case we PB, it could happen. I am not making promises, but it could happen that we get a beautiful PB today. So I will need this just for the sake of, I don't want to be terrible to the people who are verifying. In any case, I'm going to quickly show my main screen. So I'm going to quickly go through my graphics settings, the keyboard settings, even though I'm going to be using a controller. But with this, we're going to go immediately into it. We have 4 hours. We're going to have some fun. Time is going to start when I click on confirm. So everyone's ready? Let's do a 5 count. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Woo.
So yeah, Fate Samurai Remnant, like I mentioned. Very long game. We're gonna be here for a sec. But first of all, we're gonna be skipping some cutscenes and cover our first part of the gameplay, which is defeating Moose and also jumping around a lot. So what I'm going to be doing here for most of the fighting of the early game is do this beautiful heavy jump heavy attack that was found by one of the moderators of the game, Nylin, who just found out that, yeah, doing this attack is just dealing so much damage immediately that it destroys enemies in one hit. So you're going to see me jump a little bit. It's not going to last for too long because I'm actually going to be doing a little thing called the water stance grind. So right now I'm on Earth stance, but here I get to showcase the water stance change. Each stance has its own little gimmick. Water stance is all about long attacks, very wide attacks, made for dealing with huge crowds. And at the beginning, we need to actually take care of 11 human units. Yes, there will be more than humans this time. And here we get introduced to a little bit of heavy attack shenanigans, but it's totally fine. Just gonna be trying to defeat them as much as we can. And while I'm taking care of this, there's gonna be more enemies. Oh, okay, they took care of themselves. Valor Stance lets me, the Valor Gauge lets me do a super massive attack on every enemy on the screen. And now I get into this long fight with Ryder. I'm gonna call them Ryder immediately. don't worry, the name will be revealed pretty soon. But here, I'm just going to be waiting a little bit, so, anneurismz. How do you feel about this game already?
Funny. This game is a lot of fun. There's a lot of really funny moments throughout this I'm excited to talk about. What I saw in DLC 3 was really fun. I've really enjoyed studying for this. So maybe I'll end up playing the game for myself, but this is one of my favorite parts in the run, because we just kind of like do the gritty around this guy, and he doesn't care. He's just slowly walking towards us, and he wants to get us, but we're just like, our moves are too good, man. You can't get us.
So the reason why I'm doing this is because I do not want to have an attack overlap over their attack, and so whenever they're gonna hit the 1 minute period, it's gonna be fine. And now we get into a big heavy attack that I will not be able to dodge because it's covering the entire screen. And now we get into actual story parts. Now, I would have been kind and showcased the opening cutscene, the beautiful animated cutscene for the game, but we're on a time limit. Let's go for it. So, several hours earlier, Yori was just going to buy bread, and the world turned topsy-turvy. So, one thing I'm gonna do immediately is, unfortunately, it didn't let me change it here, but I'm gonna change the camera a little bit, because otherwise I'm gonna get swung around so many times, and it's not fun, and I would rather not have to deal with this. So here, we get to talk a little bit about Skinoshin, who is like, hey, I got some jobs for you. Do you want to take care of those? And yeah, totally. And our first goal here is to actually take care of some ruffians who have just been terrible, disturbing the local peace. Don't worry, we will take care of them using our trusty earth stance. But not before a little bit of water stance. Alright.
You will be seeing a handful of these encounters throughout this. There are just random encounters in certain areas of the cities where thugs will show up. That's the word in the game for them. I'm not calling them that to be mean. But they'll just show up and jump you, and you have to fight them off. And this will happen a handful of times throughout the run. But yeah, normally it's just like an RNG chance to happen in the town in certain areas, kind of like Yakuza. But all the ones we see are set in stone.
Alright, and here we're introduced to clashes, or duels, I don't remember the terms sometimes. It's just a quick situation where you're gonna clash blades with another person, and you're gonna be having a little bit of a gimmick where you mash down the button and hope that everything goes well. Alright. And now we're gonna return to the previously mentioned fight, because we're just leaving Ryder alone, and we get kind of introduced to the whole fate system. You know, Holy Grail appears, 7 masters summon 7 servants, 1 of each class, and they fight for it. And at the end, if they win, they get their wished exhaust. Which, again, why would you want that? Yori doesn't really care about it. If you had a wish, what would it be?
Ooh, that's a good question.
That is a good question.
Corey, do you have one ready? Do you have a wish?
I'm just gonna go ahead and say world peace.
Everyone wants world peace. You're not gonna lie, but also, Yori wishes for peace. But also, Yori has the power of fireballs, so I don't know what he's trying to tell me. Also, sometimes you might be wondering, why am I not moving my camera? I'm actually using most of the time the minimap. That's just occupational hazard. I just become so used to the minimap every time, and I just deal with it. In any case, we get introduced to a bit more stronger enemy here with a spy, who actually Saber was very good at dealing with the spy itself, so I just need to take care of the rest of the enemies, and there we go. So like I mentioned, there's different classes. You might have heard me say some of them. There's Saber, there's Rider. Here's Rider. Hi, Rider. Here we actually want to be hit by Rider because we need to progress the story by being very low on health, because this is a tutorial for the safety mechanic that Saber sometimes can come to our rescue. Don't worry, it's not gonna be very interesting because we would rather not be helped by that. So I tend to be actually good with it. But here I get to have an assist, and Saber covers it.
Woo. Let's go, Saber.
Alright, so with this, now we're about to go for Lancer, who is actually a little bit terrible. Doesn't like to be stopped. Her gimmick is that she really likes to have super armor. But unfortunately, I kind of missed this unless... No, okay, I'm gonna be thrown into the tutorial here, but it's okay. I don't know why recently this tutorial has been being a little bit terrible for me, but don't worry, everything's gonna be fine. And with this, we covered the first part of the run.
Let's go.
Prologue is almost over. We do have a little bit more prologue, don't worry, but here we just took care of the first part of the story where everything is a bit wobbly. We don't understand. What are those people? Why do they want to fight us? And why does one has such impeccable hair? I like Yui's hair. I'm not gonna lie. Very pretty hair.
So true.
Is.
Yeah.
Some of the character designs in this for who the characters are in real life blows my mind. Because, you know, if you're not familiar with the Fate series, some of these characters are equivalent to real life people throughout history, or like biblical figures or stuff like that. And I won't be saying who these people are. The game will tell you that at some point, but it's it's really funny to think of, like, that's what that person looks like in this, as opposed to what they would look like in real life or in the Bible or whatever.
Oh, whoops. It's okay. I think that buying one too many is not gonna destroy the money route. Yes, because it's an RPG, don't worry, we have a couple of things like routing, like money and food. Both are very important. One lets us buy more food, and the other lets us actually fight very fast. But here, we're not going to be doing this immediately because we do not have access to food. Also here, I'm trying to deal with most of them, but they're being terrible. Okay, this guy is not wanting to play nice. I'm gonna focus it.
Yeah, it was a little evil.
It's okay. Oh, I got the other one. Perfect. So this is basically sort of a tutorial for, hey, cities have things in them. Sometimes it's fogs, sometimes it's cats. Sometimes it's other things? Question mark? There's also dogs in there, but as people who know me, I run all cats trials, not all dogs, which I know is a shame. I'm sorry.
How many trials are there for the cats? Can I ask that?
I think there is 14 of them.
That's
and you need
awesome.
to pet around 30-something cats. I don't remember the numbers at the top of my head.
I think that's the best.
More mechanics
I've ever heard
introducing.
of.
Here we get to Saber, talking with Saber. Saber is known for being a massive glutton. Which is why we need all the food in the food route.
He's so hungry.
It makes sense. So hungry.
But also his diet's terrible. As you see throughout this, all he's gonna eat is candy and sweets. So he's just like, oh, I'm so hungry. Oh, but I feel so sick because I keep eating all this candy. But it gives him all of his special meter, so it's like, or your infinity gauge. So you could do more special attacks.
Yeah.
Which is like the main beat of like the routing, the buying, the food is just getting the money to buy the affinity gauge to make the affinity gauge to make the attacks happen.
Right now, I'm trying to defeat those enemies that are clearly not humans. They do have a tendency of being pretty annoying to fight, but it's okay. We have ways of alleviating those. Well, right now, what I'm going to be doing is something that is kind of skipping a mechanic by doing this. So here, basically, they're gonna try to introduce us to the shell gauge, but I'm gonna break it immediately and not wait for the cutscene for it. And now the enemy is at 1 health, and I just have to wait.
That's such a cool skip.
Also, fireball. Oh! Oh no, he dodged!
No!
We're good. I can't believe he dodged the very prepared fireball that I had ready. Can't believe this. In any case, we can finally continue our adventure. We were supposed to go to Yoshiwara. We're finally going there. Thanks, Grandpa. Don't worry. The evil book will not hurt you.
Yeah, we have Grandpa Book, who I didn't see until a certain point of watching this through, and I was like, where did he come from? And I texted Jupi about this, and she was like, he's been here the entire time. We just start with Grandpa Book. I didn't know that. I thought he just showed up and he was like our friend now.
Also here, I'm doing some weird circles. It's just to push this guy because he is affected by the physics of this world, which is Yori is an unstoppable force that will move everything. Alright, here I'm doing a little bit of a Vow Strike to take care of those enemies, and then I'm going to be doing more water stance grinding. I should be pretty close to the 100 requirements, but I prefer to be safe, so I might do it for the next fight. But in the meantime, we're totally good. We're gonna be progressing. Here the story is that we actually were tasked with the protection of this merchant, but actually he was the one who was in trouble with other people. So now we are actually working for the guy who wanted him down, and we're gonna collect some debts. This is very much the small minutia of the main of the start of the game. We're gonna get into more Holy Grail hunting in a bit. But again, need to tutorialize a good amount of the section. So here, we're gonna be going into a fight with enemies that are not humans. We're gonna be trying to make sure that we go as fast as we can on those enemies, so we're switching to the F stance. F stance is pretty good for anything that is general combat. To be honest, having a super armor is always nice, so we'll take it. Here we get introduced to another boss, the Cursed Lantern, and the problem with this guy is that he is a little bit impossible to hit because of the shell gauge. So, because we don't want to spend all the time the affinity gauge, we're actually going to be going with a substitution, which actually lets us control Saber for a limited amount of time, but it's still powerful enough that we can just delete the Cursed Lantern immediately and not have to think about it. Alright, and you know what? Let's take care of the remaining enemies while we're at it.
Something to note is Saber is significantly stronger than Iori. Anytime we have the chance to pull over the Saber, we're going to do it.
Saber is very useful throughout the game, from what I've seen, too.
Yeah, most servants are pretty good. We are going to be acquainted with a couple of servants that are pretty bad in general. But it's okay, they will only be on screen for not too long. Also here I'm just waiting. Also, hi puppy. Hi puppy.
Do we pet it? No, we don't. Bye.
No. Takes too much time.
That's so fair.
I'm sorry everyone. We're not petting any animals in this run. But maybe I will bring all cat trials for marathons, and you will get to see me petting all of the cats and have a lot of fun with it. Alright, so here we have another section with humans. I'm gonna take it for some water stance grinding, but after that we should be pretty good, because it's gonna just lose us much time to go with water stance. Water stance, unfortunately, does not deal a lot of damage, so this is why I have to do a lot of fighting. That's what I'm doing. But it's okay. Alright, and with this we get told that, hey, that debt is not here. It's over there. We're gonna be fine. Also, a little bit of a cutscene, kind of introducing the world of Yoshiwara and basically the Edo period Tokyo and surroundings. We get very close to Mount Fuji at some point in the run, but we're not going there, so we're not gonna be going with this. Also, here are the wonderful uppies.
Yeah, uppies. Our queer platonic friend Saber giving us uppies.
Also here, the game would tell you to not go this way, but it's actually better to go this way because we would dodge a fist fight, which is not really mandatory, so... Yay! We can skip fights. There's gonna be a few instances as well where I'm gonna be doing this again. So...
We love having prior knowledge of where all the fights are.
Yeah. Anyway, welcome to this big guy. You know what? Can anyone in chat guess which class this guy is?
I had to ask. I was like, what is this class? Because he's just big, tall muscle man. I don't I don't think that's a class.
Alright. Sel, do you have some answers from people in chat?
So far it seems like, you know, he's a rider or a wizard, potentially.
Oh, no. You gotta think more, like, based on his behavior, or what weapon he wields. That's usually how you determine a class of someone in Fate.
Oh, good to know, good to know.
I'm gonna cut to the chase. He is a Berserker. So, in typical tradition, he just attacks everyone and doesn't care, and you need to stop him in some way. I don't remember how Berserker works in the Final Fantasy games, but I think it's kind of like that. Basically, he's enraged, and he kind of works by himself, but also sometimes has difficulty differentiating foe from friend.
Alright, we're gonna start jumping around again. This is my favorite part. If you're unfamiliar with like the combat system of this game, if you've ever played like Dynasty Warriors or Hyrule Warriors, it works the exact same. You press one button a bunch, and then at a certain point you can press a different button to end the combo throughout it, and there's different combo enders, or you have like your heavy attack, which is just one press the heavy button, which is what Jupi is doing right now. Jump, press button, attack.
This guy decided to kick the into air, so thank you. This guy as well!
Yeah, I love how
no,
this game has all these
don't get
combo strings, and we are just using the same attack over and over and over again.
This one's so much more entertaining to watch than a combo, though. I'd watch someone jump around this game for 8 hours even.
Alright, and with this, that's the prologue.
The story has been set up.
Yeah, a little bit. Here we're gonna get into a little bit of a story that we're gonna skip. But say hi to Hot Dad. Bye, Hot Dad.
Hi, Hot Dad.
Bye.
Hi.
Everyone loves it when you talk about Hot Dad.
That's such a good bit. And Grandpa Book. We have a Hot Dad and Grandpa Book.
So here, the story is kind of explaining how the entire Holy Grail setting works. But in this situation, people who know about the Fate series usually would think, oh, there's 7 masters and 7 servants, one of each class. But in this one, you actually have 14 servants, plus a special one that we will be revealing in a little bit. But basically, this this is not the usual Holy Grail War, because in this one, 7 of them are also separated by the 7 classes, but they are rogue servants, and basically gaining control, and by control I mean gaining their interest and actually asking them to fight for you, is sort of a mechanic in the Holy Grail War. Thankfully here, in the actual game, it's not really such much a mechanic, but more of a, hey, you can have more than one servant that can help you. So here, we're entering the home, and we're going to be graced with one terrible thing. It's called, we're going to be doing some experience making. But first, we need to leave. Because that way, we get to have access to the map. Now, I'm going to be using the map most of the time to travel between towns, because otherwise this would just be pretty long. Technically, you cannot go, like, there is no sections in between the different towns, but you can still go to the exit of a town, and that takes too much time. Now, I'm going to quickly sell some of my items. This will always sell specific items. I will not be selling any food or any related items that I need. And here we kind of lost track of where Saber is, because Saber was very attracted to all of the food and all of the pretty things. Because, to note, those servants are actually members of, are supposed to be key historical figures. Anonymized. Sometimes they're very, like, they're almost the same, but they just are very cooler looking, or they have decided to change their gender. Congrats on that transition. Or sometimes they're just not even human anymore, and that's great.
Sugar wafers, an essential part of Yori's diet.
Yes, it's very important that you eat your sugar wafers. Oh, wait, not this way. Camera didn't want to move first. It's okay. So here, we're kind of finding that some people are looking for us, but it's okay. We're just going to be hiding in plain sight and hearing what they're talking about. They're talking about, something with students, and finding who is maybe part of the war, because again, this is kind of a hidden war. People in general do not know that this war is happening. So people who are not aware of this can just sometimes find out that there's a new giant guy with beautiful green hair, and he is a friend to all, except for the guy who is mean to us, like Yori. But here, we get quickly introduced to more humans. I'm going to be doing a Raindrops. Raindrops is the Affinity Technique level 1. You've been seeing me do some of those earlier. We're going to be doing the level 2 Rolling Rapids, just after this little bit of a cutscene. And usually what determines the level I use for those is mostly how strong the enemies are and how fast do I want to defeat them. Sometimes there will be sections where I'm not going to be defeating enemies super fast, but otherwise I'm going to be taking care of them as fast as I can. It's mostly a question of how do I solve those puzzles called triggers in the fight. Sometimes it will be just finish the fight, and it will be pretty simple. But sometimes I just need to reach halfway of the health bar of a specific enemy. Sometimes I need to go all the way through a specific boss, and sometimes it just happens that I need to just break a shell gauge or something like that. And it kind of made this game, routing this game, into sort of a giant puzzle that I had to decipher. And to note, nobody has ever done a run of this game before. Outside of me. And I'm very sad, and I wish that more people would join me. Because this game is a lot of fun despite everything that is happening. To note, like I said, this is one of the least demanding of Fate games on the term of knowledge, you can enter this game pretty easily and just have a lot of fun. So here, the little fight with this swordsman who just restores his health to half after being defeated once. We take care of them, and now we come back to Asakusa. I'm going to be going around, and I'm also going to be buying more food. So, yes, San?
I was going to say, I personally have never interacted with the Fate series before this game. This was my introduction to the series, and I feel very well equipped to understand what's happening from a spectator point. This is a very good game, like Jupi was saying, to get into this series. It's genuinely a very entertaining time.
Yeah. This is
to be honest,
yeah,
no, it's a very good first exposure.
It's definitely made me interested in possibly playing through the game.
Yeah. And like, we're skipping a lot of dialogue and everything, so even if, yes, you will be spoiled some true names of some of the people we fight, or you will kind of have a sort of idea of who's going to be the enemy and who's going to be, you know, a good person. But don't worry, it's mostly, you're going to be still missing some of the big picture and everything. So I highly recommend you play one of the like this game at least, because it's a very fun game. And also, it got recently, like, its price got lowered very recently, so I would say, yeah, go for it. Alright, so here I'm gonna be doing this. Soul Eater is one of the most annoying enemies to do because he has a bigger shell gauge than most, but it's totally fine.
As soon as that shell gauge was gone, it was like a second and the health bar was gone. That was crazy.
Yeah. Saber goes very fast in those situations.
The Saber go burr.
Basically. So here we get introduced to ley lines. Pretty cool mechanic. I'm gonna have Corey explain those because I'm gonna be focusing on the map.
Yes. So ley lines are almost like a strategy game. It's a lot more turn-based, where we're going to be moving around this. Enemies are going to be moving towards us as we... enemies are going to have their own area, and we're going to move towards the enemy's area, trying to reach their base to capture it. We'll see a bit more here in a second.
Mm-hmm. Here I need to do my sword maintenance, but I'm gonna do it bad because otherwise I'm losing too much time trying to be precise for this QTE. If you were asking, can you miss all of those? If you actually miss all of those, you get a longer cutscene, which is actually bad. So don't worry, this was a good. There was a good reason for me to get the first one correct. All right. So, we're going to be going into our first leyline conflict immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And we're going to see basically how it works. First of all, we have an enemy. Then we have a starting point, which is, for us, always going to be Asakusa. We enter the leyline, and now we're going to be basically going around the map, and every time we cross a node in the map, we take control of it. So, like this. I gain control of it. This section is just here to kind of showcase how it happens, but it won't be every time.
Yeah. This is one of the sections that most interested me about the game. As somebody who's a math major, I love stuff like this, where it's graphs and strategy, and this is math to me. I love things like this.
Alright. So here I'm going to be cutting the path of this enemy, and it removes it immediately. And this is kind of how you try to deal with those ley lines by actually not fighting the enemies and cutting them away from their paths, because that means they don't have the strength to continue and so disappear. Anyway, Saber is very excited. Do you want to know why? Food, of course.
We have a party full of gluttons. They just want to get as much food as they can.
We're very hungry.
It's so funny to me that in this speedrun we've rounded into getting food, and it's in character for these characters to be like, I love food.
I think that the plight of every human is where to buy groceries and how to buy groceries.
I speedrun going to the grocery store as often as possible, so I'm right there with Yori.
So here, more human fights. Once they get all into the arena, we do our raindrops. I kind of missed some people, but it's okay. We're going to be taking care of them pretty easily. Fireball. And there we go. I took care of all of them.
Awesome.
Sometimes you can do some sort of strike. Like, this game becomes a bowling game sometimes. Also here we get introduced to Rogue Rider, which we actually are not going to care about because despite her giving us a boost, we just can do a Rolling Rapids and take care of it. This will be just taking a little bit longer because this has a text. And so this is mostly me waiting for the text to go by.
I don't know if you've explained this, but you've been seeing these red gems in the center of your screen pop up, like plus 15. Those are what let us cast the fireball. We get them from defeating enemy, and we can also buy them, but we have to unlock that feature, I believe. So we're just going to be getting them through combat to throw awesome fireballs at people.
Mm-hmm. Also here we were introduced to our first true named servant. Rogue Rider is named Tamamo Arya. This is kind of one of the few times where, yes, knowing more about Fate explains to you who she is, because she is part of one of the many Tamamos. That's all I'm going to be saying, because otherwise I'm going to get into a long, very difficult to explain story, because I'm going to have to be talking about other games. And we are not here for that. We're here for Fate Samurai Remnant. Alright, so here, main thing I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be opening this skill, because it raises my affinity gauge by 1. And that's actually pretty useful, because more affinity gauges means we get to actually deal more damage. More affinity gauges and more affinity strikes and everything. Here, I'm going to be also changing my equipment, although I didn't get much here, so I'm going to just take this one with a smash shell and continue forwards.
I like how Christmassy our stories look. It's thematically appropriate for the season.
First you tell me the DLC free is great for Halloween, and now this?
Yeah. I'm gonna talk about the seasons every chance I can get. If this was spring and I saw this rain, it'd be like, wow, spring rains just like outside.
Incredible. Alright, so here I'm gonna be doing this. A little bit of a raindrop. Switching back to our stance because... Yeah, raindrops.
Raindrops is just so entertaining because, like, it's kind of just like a massive, like, smack in the entirety of your screen. You cast it, and then everything just flies in one direction, and it's almost comical when it's like a giant group. Because you just press a button, and they all, like, fly back.
Yeah. It's pretty cool to see in general, but also it's very specific. I'm going to be using the substitute gauge to take advantage of the Phantom Ogre here. Big shell gauge, but it's pretty simple to take care of. Alright. While I'm going over this, I'm gonna also kind of explain the 7 different classes that I talked about earlier, because that way you can kind of understand who I'm going to be talking about and everything. So the first one that is well known is the Saber class. The Saber class is obviously using a saber. In this case, our lovely Saber is using this very long and zigzaggy blade. I don't know how to explain it better. You also have access to the Lancer class. The Lancer class uses lances. It's pretty easy to explain. They will usually have a connection to lances and stuff like that. Next, we have the... what am I gonna say? You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna go with Caster. Caster tends to be, you know, doing kind of magic sort of things. I mean, we're talking about a world where I can throw fireballs despite being mostly a swordsman, so, you know. Pretty simple. Also here, some enemies come in, I get to do another raindrops, and there we go. One of the others we can talk about is Archer. Like its name mentioned, it refers to, you can just imagine that they use a bow, an arrow, to fight. You might be wondering, damn, that's pretty weird to use this kind of system of fighting, but it makes sense in the words of the original writer, Kinoko Nasu. Don't question him. That's how you have to accept it. But yeah, we're gonna be finishing the covering. There was Berserker, like I said, character who is that kind of has trouble seeing friend from foe, and is gonna be pretty much trying to kind of fight who they think are their enemies. The other one I have not mentioned is Assassin. Assassin is the sort of, I don't want to be attacking you directly. I'm going to be trying to fight with either like underhanded tactics, or more like I'm going to be using poisons and stuff like that. And here I'm trying to remember the final one. Wow. Damn, I'm the one who is struggling this time on the classes. Do you remember any of which one I'm missing, Anne or Corey?
Which ones have you listed already?
I think I'm at 6. Saber, Lancer, Archer, Caster, Berserker, Assassin, Rider. That's the one. I remember now. Rider is usually riders are usually tied to being in the cavalry or something like that. So they are usually good with fighting on top of mounts. They sometimes can be pretty good at also using weapons, but their characteristic is that in the past, or in the future, that's for other Fate games, they were very good at using those different weapons. Also here, I'm not having the thing that I want, so I'm going to be switching up the strategy to go for a Rolling Rapids. Oh, right, great. Let's go. We can finally explain Link Strikes. Link Strikes has just affinity techniques that just are waiting. They appear randomly, and sometimes it's just because Saber decided to do it. That's how you can explain it. Right. Now with this, we're kind of finishing this first section of Chapter 1. We're going to be going back and talking to Ruler. Ruler is actually a special class that happens only in specific stories. Ruler tends to be the person who kind of oversees the entire proceedings and be like, hey, this is not really in the spirit of the rules. I'm going to ask you to not do that. In this one, our Ruler is a very known figure of Fate, so I think I can reveal his name, or do you want me to not to? I could do both. Alright. Here, a little bit of a waiting time. We're gonna have another little section where we do a little bit of fighting. On those spies, and then we're going to be having more enemies pop up immediately. which is why I'm gonna charge up. Oh, I left you over. Terrible. Terrible thing. What am I doing here? Again, letting some enemies enter the arena, and now splashing them with a giant water laser.
I love the water laser every time I see it.
It's so good.
Yeah, it's gonna
So-
become a thing of me to say that I'm washing them off when I'm trying to fight some enemies with them.
It's really funny that the two attacks we see the most is giant screen push and giant laser.
That's what the people like. Alright, so now we have another digression. Rogue Rider wants us to actually help with something that is on her territory, so we're going to be using another ley line. And now our enemy is here and controls half of this circle. It's okay. We're going to be taking care of that. First, we're going to go around this section. You can see that we're going to be taking down the enemy here. And one of the good things that happens when you take down those enemies is that you get your affinity gauge refilled by 2 dots, which is pretty good sometimes. You're going to be needing those dots afterwards. Here, more manipulation. This is still going to be a little bit of an introduction. They're going to try to introduce you to different types of nodes on the maps. It's not going to happen now, but here, for example, they're like, hey, beware, if someone tries to get you at your base, this is literally a game over, which is not what we want to see. So, actually, now, we get Tamamo Arya's power, and she is allowing us on the map to move twice the number of actions per turn. So you can see at the bottom right, I have a number of turns. I have a certain amount of turns I can finish this ley line with. But now I have a little bit of a rhombus above it. That is, hey, this means you have an additional action on this turn. But with this, we finally reach 2-0, and we're gonna be dealing quickly with the fights. One Phantom Ogre Warrior and one Soul Eater. And there we go. I'm gonna do the same tactic using Rolling Rapids to go very fast onto the Soul Eater. And there we go. If I don't finish the shell gauge, I'm just gonna be using a fireball because that's faster. Like, for example, here. But also, please, another one. There we go. And another one. And now no more shell gauge, and this later falls down to those beautiful jump attacks.
Wonderful jump attacks. I love how it just carries us right now.
That was the combat of all time, I think.
Alright, so now I'm gonna be skipping a few cutscenes. And the ley line ends, and we get all of those boosts to our... I'm trying to remember what Matt refers to in the stats, but it's sort of a defense stat that is not the usual defense stat. It's more for giant enemy attacks.
If you've been
Alright.
wondering what that circle that pops up there, that's like a friendship gauge between Yori and Saber. We won't see that full by the end of the run because you have to do some side quests for that, but it unlocks skills as it goes up. I'm pretty sure it goes up to 2 of those circles at least, from what I've seen at least.
Mhm.
And you unlock skills and stuff from it. It's awesome and cool, and you're friends.
Mhm. So here we're gonna go to Konda and try to find Yui Shosetsu. We've been told that Yui is one of the potential masters, but we're kind of wondering, what are they like? So this is why we're trying to do an attack on them and trying to understand. But also, They already knew we would come over and decided to call on some spies to protect themselves. But also, some students of Yui Shosetsu are also coming in. So, fun times.
Oh, there's so
No,
many.
our sensei is gonna be taken down. Some very terrible people are coming over to defeat them. We shall defeat them for you, Sensei. Oh, please, Fireball. There we go. Fireball is always good.
The when in doubt, press fireball button.
And now we're sent back to the ley line. So here, this is one of the longer ley lines for the early game. It tries to also introduce you to bounded fields. Bounded fields are just barriers that you need to cover specific amounts of special nodes to unlock. This is why it was mandatory to unlock that section that actually offered more combat. But here, I'm going to be waiting for some enemies to go into the arena, and then I'm going to be using the rolling rapids again. There we go, they were all in there, and now they all get to suffer the giant water spray.
More water laser.
I'll never get tired of that.
Yeah.
Either.
Alright, so here the game will try to think that I was going down west when I'm actually going to go down east. So thank you, game, for stopping me. But it's okay. I will be happy with the enemy you just gave me to refill my affinity gauge. So here they're putting another bounded field, but it's okay. Just by doing those few movements I'm going to be doing, everything's going to be fine. Here they're trying to also introduce us to the Saber Intercept. Saber Intercepts are just is just a mechanic in those ley lines where you can ask for 2 dots on your affinity gauge to just have Saber take care of them.
Go my Saber, control the neutral.
Yeah.
When I mentioned how helpful Saber was earlier, this is one of the things I was alluding to. It is so helpful. Just have Saber jump that way. You don't even have to go into a fight for that. So
Yeah. It's a very powerful tool. Oh, not the lug, please. Alright. So here we are at the embankment, and we get to just take care of those little gaki enemies. And then a ogre is gonna appear, if I remember correctly, or an oni. No, red oni. Perfect. And now we're doing air rolling rapids, and we continue to chip down the shell gauge until it is time to deal all the damage. Also, yes, the link strike behind me would have been taking too long, so it's normal to use the fireball. So now we get introduced to another element of leyline fighting, which is Mystic Codes. Mystic Codes are special items that lets us do things. We can have a total of 5 of them on us. And there's going to be multiple of them, but a main one is the of odds. This lets me teleport to any place in the leyline that I control. So here I just return to Asakusa immediately, because there's this entire new section to cover.
Or circles.
Mm-hmm. Now, as you can see, also, some ley lines can have multiple enemies. Here we have a red source and a yellow source.
want to take down.
Alright.
This one's just
Here,
mean.
Tamamo
It
is going to be
walls
very
the
nice.
over. That was so clutch.
It was.
No, it's scripted. Alright. With this, Tamamo has offered us the ability to have, again, an additional action per turn. I'm gonna cover this, and then go here, and this will actually be pretty useful for later on. Here, I'm gonna go over there, use my Saber Intercept for the 2 enemies that entered my ley line, and then finish this ley line very quickly. By the way, I forgot to mention it, but if you have any questions in chat, please relate it to them. I will try to answer to the best of my abilities, but while also not trying to spoil anything that might come later on. But yeah. Totally welcome. Again, like I said, this game has so little players. I am so happy to welcome you to its speedrun. Alright. So now we're at Koishikawa, and we're going to be unlocking a couple of things. We're going to be going to the skills, and now I'm going to be opening the Earth section of the skill tree. The reason why is because I want to unlock this Valor Gauge, which actually is very useful, because more Valor Gauge means also more damage. I've not been using the Valor Gauge because it charges very slowly, but in general, you want to have multiple of them so you can have more of those giant sweeping attacks. Here, oh, we have a loot up. Let's go. I think that I'm just gonna go with the loot up +6, even though it's not a great mounting, but it's totally fine. So now we're heading towards the fight because we're finally meeting up with one of the sections that is controlled by an enemy. And this enemy might be very reminiscent of someone we fought earlier. But first, we have some of their friends to deal with. It's okay. It's dealt with very fast. Also, now there's some enemies. I'm gonna be doing a raindrops on them, because that way I get to have them stunned and also lowered. And now I'm gonna also heal again and use a Rolling Rapids to cover this Phantom Ogre. Here for safety, I'm gonna use the Link Strike.
Let's go, friendship.
We love friendship. Alright. And now...
I hope nothing ever happens to our friendship.
Yeah, I think that everything's gonna be fine. Anyway, welcome to Lancer and Chiamon. So yeah, Chiamon is in control of Lancer, and Lancer is gonna try to be terrible. Here our goal is to actually take care of half of Lancer's health. So I'm trying to use the Substitute Gauge to at least defeat this section of, at least the Shell Gauge. And now I'm going to be using the Rolling Rapids to put into a stun situation. And there we go. And now we get a little bit of a scripted sequence. So in the meantime, take care of yourself, have a little drink and everything. We're going to be back for when the fight resumes after they have a little bit of a discussion. By the way, Sal, if you want to read some messages, totally fine to do so right now.
A reminder, folks, you can check out our socials, !social and chat will take you to all of those. We also have a community Discord. This is obviously where you can get announcements about events and different things going on. Also, great place, lots of chat occurring, whether you're a speedrunner, whether you're just a casual fan, Whether you love RPG music, there are channels for everyone, all sorts of different discussions available. We would love to have you.
Alright, so here I messed up a little bit, but it's okay. Unfortunately, we had defeated enough enemies that 2 new spawned for some reason. And since I didn't have the Valor Strike because I used it earlier on Lancer, it kind of ruined the fight, but it's totally fine. And now we get to control good Berserker. And I'm gonna let Anne rant about this one because you're the one who coined Hot Dad.
Yeah, this is the real life person Miyamoto Musashi, but a woman. So the bit has been that this is a hot dad because Yori's dad is Miyamoto Musashi, not this Miyamoto Musashi, you know, it's all fate nonsense happening. But this is his dad, who is an awesome, beautiful woman. Her special is really silly. That like 5 laser thing, it's supposed to represent like the 5 Buddhas where she gets her power from. Yori has something similar to that, and he's just not as good at it yet. But it kind of just looks like the Olympics logo. So she's like Olympics blast, but she's also like really cool and hot, and that's my debate about that. There it is. That's the Olympic blast.
I see what you're talking about. I see it.
With the power of sports.
She will love the Olympics. She is a big fan of fighting.
I think she'd love sports. I think if this is modern day age, she would be like a sports lesbian with like a beer in her hand on the couch watching football.
Anyway, enough of Hot Dad. Let's have Horse Dad.
Let's go.
Welcome to this beautiful masked man. He will come over, do a little bit of horsey time, and then go back to where he came. And yes, this is literally the best strategy.
It's the best strategy in all of the speedrunning, actually, not only in this game. Running into things with a horse is never not going to be awesome.
This is true.
Alright. And with this, Chapter 1 is over.
Yay!
So, how are we feeling after Chapter 1?
I've learned so much, yet learned nothing.
That's great. We're gonna continue. So, after this entire fight, we get rescued by Zheng Chenggong, who is actually a Chinese army man who has taken residency in the city of Akasaka, which is the Chinese city at this period of Edo. He also has a servant. We already know who they kind of are, and I'm not going to mention it until a little bit, but now we're just going to be leaving Akasaka and go back to home because we've been away from home a bit too much, and now we need to return. There's Yori's sister who is kind of wondering, where the hell did we go?
Also, note Saber like absolutely roasting Yori, being like, "This is so much better than your house, Yori. Your house is such a mess."
Saber is pretty irreverent.
I love Saber. Saber's awesome.
Saber's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Every video game should have at least one non-binary individual, I think.
Oh, whoops, I pressed too fast. Also, this was DLC 1. Don't worry, we're not going to play the DLCs. It's just faster to just have them on than to remove them for the sake of this run. I don't want to re-download every DLC every time I want to do this run and then I want to go into the DLC. section. Alright, and with this, the little bit of a story-related chapter is over, and now we can actually go into what Chapter 2 is all about. We're trying to understand a little bit more about how the entire part of the map is working, and also trying to find other masters who are kind of still in hiding. Because right now we only know of Changong. We also have Yui Shosetsu, which we believe is one of the masters. And also we have Chiemon. That means we're missing still 3 of them. 3 of the other masters. And this is why we're going to be kind of looking into a hint for a sudden assassin. The person we actually met while fighting as Musashi earlier. Trying to wonder, who are they, and who is controlling them? After all, they did interrupt into our fight, so we kind of want to know more about them. We get a little hint that we need to go to Nihonbashi, which is one of the places near the coast and covers, if I remember correctly, the Kandagawa channel. I might be wrong on that one. But with this... Oh, I actually did it wrong. It's okay. We'll survive. I will just need to do one more action, but we should be fine. Alright. I'm gonna be eating quickly some... Oh, I am out of food. No, I have some specimens. We're good. I saved it. Don't worry. Alright.
Saber
so here doing a little bit of a saber intercept.
This is really funny how you were out of all of the food except for a fruit. Meaning that he ate all of the candy before getting to the fruit.
I mean, the candy reward more, so, you know, it's actually better for us.
Yeah, candy is better for you than fruit. That's... I learned that from Fate Samurai Remnant. You should take that into your real life, I think.
Yeah. So here, I kind of messed up, so I'm going to be going around in a little bit of a roundabout way compared to the usual, but it's okay. We shouldn't be losing too much time. If, in any case, I decide to game over, it's okay. We will be restarting at the start of the ley line, so everything shall be fine. Also, here I do get some food. I'm gonna be eating some in case I need to do a saber intercept right at the exit. I won't need it immediately, but still better to have something prepared. And here, okay, I'm gonna have to do this fight, which at first I wasn't supposed to, but it's okay. To note, the food route that I have developed for this game is normally based on the difficulty of Sword Novice. So sometimes you might be wondering, isn't that going to miss your food route? No, it's actually kind of simpler. I'm not going to be needing as much food as before. Also, you can see that with my, thanks to the loot up equipments that I got on, I get still some food drops even while fighting. So it is still pretty fine what I'm doing. I'm not totally in danger immediately. Later on, there is literally sections where if I don't do the moves correctly, I can get severely punished. So we're still in the nice section, easy section, as some enemies spawn in. Here I'm gonna grab this section to open up the barrier, and we're gonna be continuing towards Nihonbashi.
We equip, at least later, we will be equipping gear that gives us drops up so we can get one.
Gonna be using the water spout because I will have the snakes just after. So, don't want to be using the bar that I already have. So yeah, giant phantom snake, which is we were fighting some giant snakes earlier, or the phantom snakes, so you know where that is coming from. But here I'm going to be doing more fireballs, and we finally get the shell gauge over, and we get control of the ley line.
Let's go, Leyline Gip.
Alright. So here, gonna go over there, because I don't really want to have the discussions with Saber, so it's easier to go this way. And welcome to Nihonbashi!
Yay!
As the name implies, it is a giant bridge, Hashi, over, well, not really the entirety of Japan, but you know what we're going for here. Alright. So, selling my pieces here, I'm going to be talking to a few people to continue the story. And then we're going to have a little bit more of food buying here. Both. Alright.
Let's go, sugar!
And now, more sugar. So here, this is a little bit of a gimmick that was introduced in with this chapter. You can sometimes fight conflicts. Also, don't blink. Yori's gonna teleport. He's so cool.
When did you learn how to do that?
I don't know, but I wish he did it more on fights.
During one of the cutscenes we skipped, probably.
Maybe.
Also,
Also,
do
here
that
we have
during
some pirates.
That would be so nice.
Yeah. We're giving them fresh water because, unfortunately, they've been too used to the seawater. There's also probably some lemons in there.
Mmm.
But now we continue, and we're kind of following them because now they're fleeing from us. And they're gonna go to Zoyoji, which is a temple on the outskirts of Tokyo. But first, undo the ley line! We are now gaining all of its power. So now we're entering Zoyoji. Zojoji. I'm so terrible at names. And we're going to be introduced to another little bit of a mechanic. Here's key locations. Key locations are pretty cool. They let me recharge all of my gauges immediately. I had 0 affinity gauges loaded up. Now I have 4.
That's awesome.
Isn't that great? Yeah.
That is so helpful.
Mm-hmm. Especially considering that now we're gonna meet another rogue servant. Welcome to Rogue Lancer.
He kind of has that fit on, honestly.
Mm. His fit is very focused. Like he's trying to cut through the wind.
This is
Also,
the fashion statement of the summer, I think.
Also, he is a very well-known character in the series of Fate. If you know about him, you kind of know what he is about. Here, I'm gonna do this. Do a little bit of raindrops to stop the attack and take advantage of it, and do more of Earthstance damage. Then I'm gonna load up more persimmons, doing a rolling rapids, and now that's it. Lancer is taken care of.
That was so mean.
Yeah.
We forced him into a corner.
Yeah. I mean, we gotta play dirty sometimes. We can't always be washing the others away. Even if it's what I did. Aw. Anyway, welcome to Shinagawa. We're finally continuing our travels because the pirates told us, hey, you should go over there. So here, there's a chance of I'm getting a random fight, but I am not getting it here.
Let's go.
I'm gonna buy more food. And I'm not getting it here. Let's go. Sometimes a fight can spawn on those two areas. And we're not really a big fan.
We love good RNG. Thank you, good RNG.
Yeah. Also, you might have seen me buy food that I'm just taking like this as a takeaway, but there's also the ability of eating food that is just around. That is served in immediately. This, instead of having it in your inventory, they restore your bars immediately, which is pretty useful here because I'm going to be having a couple of fights in succession, and it's always nice to start and to go in there with some bars filled. So we get a little bit of a... Did you know that Saber is very good at controlling water?
What?
Which is very weird because it just sounds
What?
like it's... it just looks like it's just summoning some wooden planks.
That's awesome.
I didn't know
Also,
Saber
don't blink, we're gonna
control
see
water.
yeah. We're gonna be seeing an animation that is exclusive to this section.
This is what I was talking about with the uppies earlier. I saw this and I was like, this is awesome. This is the best video game ever made.
I don't think that is not my favorite uppies I have seen.
Don't worry,
There's
I
a
know
pretty
which
good
uppies
one
you're
later.
referring to.
There's a pretty good one later.
Yeah.
It's gonna be great. I hope everyone is excited for those uppies.
I'm very excited for those uppies.
I'm glad that there's so many joke animations with the uppies, and that we get to keep
Yeah.
saying uppies throughout this.
They're all uppies. Alright, so here we have more Phantom Ogre to fight. Gonna be using the Link Strike again. And then we continue more Earth Stance. Right. So the reason why we're climbing this mountain is because the headman really wanted us to do this really terrible task. Also, Saber, I thank you for opening the door, but don't worry, I got this.
You think you're
I don't
the
know
only
why they
person
needed to
who
open
walked
the
in
door.
your Saber?
Yeah. Thank you, but we got this under control. Anyway, we were tasked with finding some flowers because it's supposed to be like sort of a task that he gave to other people just to make sure, hey, you're not getting access because so many people have asked for access to that section of the town, and this is mostly for actual merchants. But since we're gonna be actually finishing it, yeah, we're gonna be able to investigate into a potential assassin leader. And this Remnant, and there we go. Also,
So
I
let me
introduced you
make
to
sure
key
I'm
locations. Oh, yeah, go on.
Let me make sure I'm understanding the story correctly. We're gathering flowers so we can sell them in the merchants area.
Yeah. Also, there was
Makes
another
sense.
key location. You get to see all of the things coalesce into a beautiful run.
I love like all the side things in this game because it feels so whimsical. Like you're always like, I want to go pick flowers and eat sugar wafers and get uppies from my queer platonic friend Saber. This is just like a Tuesday night for me, honestly.
This is some weird Tuesday nights.
The 10 a.m. eat 10 sugar wafers, dude, go pick flowers. 2 p.m. uppies from the homie. 4 p.m. eat more sugar wafers.
Oh, terrible. Alright. So, what I just unlocked here is the ability to summon rogue servants and to help us. And this will be exemplified immediately by a fight, where we actually gonna be fighting with the worst of them.
These guys look so splinky. They look so rubbery and bouncy. Oh, that was the fastest animation of all time.
That's because I sped it up.
I thought that's just how it was, and I was like, whoa.
Oh, no, don't worry. So yeah, Rogue Lancer is terrible because he is pretty incapable of actually dealing direct damage to multiple enemies. Here I've managed to find a sweet spot, but otherwise he is pretty terrible at that. Look at that, I need to actually cover his mistakes.
It looks like he learned from us by bringing the enemies to a corner.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we taught him the power of the washing machine. With this, we're gonna be finally having a little bit of a interesting fight. We're gonna be fighting Rogue Berserker. I hope you're excited.
Yay! Isn't this the second time we fought Rogue Berserker?
Yeah, but this time we're actually going to defeat their entire bar.
Let's go.
So here's the big guy. So here we're gonna get introduced to the usual strat that was kind of developed in general for New Game, which is the keep them in stun mode, because otherwise they will just be terrible and attack you.
I also love that text box, how it's just like squares. I writing out a scream like that doesn't make sense to me. It might make sense in the lore of the game, but the general strategy for this fight is just a lot of rolling rapids and then use substitute gauge when we can. You know, try to keep that shell gauge off as much as possible.
Ooh, okay, I wanted to actually get the Link Strike, but I didn't get it, but I got a riposte instead. Also, this was the grab, I should have reacted to that.
I think he is berserking a little bit.
Yeah, he's a little angry.
It's okay to be a little angry sometimes.
Dude, why are you blocking? That's probably because I would do that if you weren't blocking. There we go. So yeah, after a time, you learn to riposte even servant attacks, which looks very cool every time, and I love doing it.
Fireball.
Come on.
Riposting is like one of the coolest mechanics in this game, in my opinion. Just the dodge on time, press button is one of my favorite like mechanics in video games in general. It just feels fun. More squares. Does he talk in squares?
Alright, so now we're continuing. We get to Rokugo Ohashi, and we get introduced immediately into a fight. It's gonna be... It's mostly humans, so we can just do some upwards attack. But yeah, I can kind of talk in the meantime about the differences between New Game and New Game Plus. To note, New Game Plus is badly taking its name because technically the usual idea of a New Game Plus is that you have played the game 33 times and you have a maximum. You have played the game through 33 times and you have the item that you get free of per playthrough. 3 times. Okay, you have 99 of that item, and that item is very powerful because it's refilling your value gauge. Which, yes, it's so difficult to refill your value gauge. They knew what they were doing with that one.
Yeah.
So this is why I would say play New Game. Play New Game. New Game Plus is so demanding. With this fight that was not really mandatory, but unfortunately was in front of us, we had to deal with it. Now I can talk to this merchant. We had to let the text go over. Ooh, I think I see a cat who wants some food.
Gasp.
I think that Larry is wanting some food. By the way, Larry is my cat, and he just decided to get up. So I'm gonna give him food.
Shout out Larry.
And we return. We love Larry.
Larry's the
here.
third
I'm
comment for
eating
this.
milemoshi here. And here, I hope you're excited for a little bit of a bowling play. Because I'm gonna line up the shot just after I defeat those 2 captains. And we're hoping that we're gonna get all of those enemies. So we wait for them to all go into the arena and... Oh no! I missed one! It's okay, we got a spare.
That's awesome. This is my favorite bowling speedrun.
So right now we're kind of breaking a barrier, and to do so we need to remove the 2 ley line that we just removed one of them. Also here you can get a fight, but thankfully RNG was good was nice with me. And now I'm gonna be summoning again the one guy that we don't really like, but it's okay. There's only one enemy here, so he actually is useful. Also, yes, the camera kind of moves very widely.
I was about to say, I love the physics every time you hit him and like how much he moves, and then as I was about to say that, you pushed the Soul Eater in the corner and it just shook in the corner.
Look at that, he can't even defeat giant bats by himself.
That's not good. Lancer, you gotta pick up the pace, man.
Alright. With this, we finally finished the ley lines, and now we can go into the semi-boss fight that we're gonna have, where we had that barrier. In the meantime, again, if you have any questions in chat, feel free to ask, and my commentators will bring them up to me, because I can't really have an eye on chat and my notes at the same time. There's a lot of things happening all at the same time. Did anyone send some questions, by the way?
Not
Nope.
that I'm seeing.
But just lots of comments. Folks enjoying the run.
This is the run of all time.
It is. And rolling method. Water laser.
Big water laser. Alright, so we're gonna go into a leyline conflict here. This is one of the rare times where we actually don't start a leyline from Asakusa. But this one is pretty scripted. If you don't do the moves as expected, you will lose very fast. So this is why it's going to be a little bit of a more focused leyline. Here I'm going to go this way. And I'm going to go down to do this little zigzagging, defeating this enemy. And this enemy is going to unveil that they have a super cool hidden leyline. And they're going to try to be very mean about it. So we go here. And I'm going to remove the Dotting Dragon. Because we got another one, which we're going to be using right now. So by doing this, I'm going to get to that one point that this person left open. And I'm going to take control of it. And then they're not going to be on the map anymore. Bye-bye!
Bye.
That's awesome.
That is...
We grabbed that lunch, 2 sugar wafers from them.
Why does everybody have the worst diet? Yeah, exactly.
I mean, if you could eat candy and still look like this, wouldn't you?
Nothing but sugar wafers and then... Honestly, yeah.
Look, there's buff man wielding lances and also some berserkers who are apparently living pretty well on those diets. So, you may not like it, but this is peak performance. Alright, so welcome to Rogue Archer. Rogue Archer is terrible because archers have the least amount of stun after being stunned. So it's actually pretty terrible for us to be fighting Archer. So I'm going to be trying to actually make a mix of using some rolling rapids and also trying to do some riposte. So here you're going to see they're going to be staying there very shortly, and then now we're going to need to watch them again. But unfortunately, they already were in the animation for taking the shell gauge again, so we're just going to have to suffer it. It will be a little bit of a time loss, but it's okay. Better to have this small time loss than to be suffering any longer.
This shell gauge is massive.
Yeah. But it's okay. We're done.
Let's go.
They're gonna be taken down now. Perfect.
Bye bye, Rogue Archer. Yay.
So now we bested Arjuna. Arjuna was wrong about us. They thought that we were enemies, but no, we were just kind people who just came over. Definitely no people in taking part in this Holy Grail War or anything like that. With this, Arjuna recovers a little bit from the damage we dealt to him, and we now get to have access to Rogue Archer. And now we're gonna summon Rogue Archer. And this is the moment where the game becomes very difficult to understand, to master on the strategy side. Because here now I'm gonna be controlling multiple units on the same map. Yes. Thankfully, you can actually redirect some of those the people anytime you need to. So right now, I made sure that our Rogue Archer is going the correct way for when I need to actually have more strategy. So here I'm going here, and Rogue Archer is going to be fighting those enemies.
I love the way
Yeah,
the archers fight in this game. It's so...
I was about to say that. That's the coolest attack I've ever seen in my life.
It's gonna be fun, more fun action with Rogue Archer. Rogue Archer does appear a couple of times. He is one of the strongest units we're gonna be using throughout the game, so I hope you're excited.
I was about to say, I remember you showing me the optimal way that they fight, and it is about as ridiculous as I expected.
Yeah. Alright, and here we're gonna be going here. Rogue Archer is gonna open up the requirements for that barrier to be removed, and now we can continue. We're gonna be using Rolling Rapids again on those humans.
I think it's so funny
I do
how bad
bowling.
Lancer is.
Oh, a bit too far.
Bowling time. I
Bowling.
think it's really funny how bad Rogue Lancer is, and then we see Rogue Archer, and Rogue Archer is just so much better.
Alright.
A lot of snakes in this chapter.
Yeah, that's because we're mostly focusing on Assassin, and Assassin wields the power of controlling snakes.
That's an awesome superpower, honestly.
What could that be?
That's a great question.
I'm not gonna say that name.
If you could control one animal other than snakes, what would it be?
A billion lions.
I was gonna say bears.
Alright, so here, a little bit of barrage. Get over there. There we go. Cool snipe. And now we're using Heaven Fire, which is
That's
very
awesome.
cool, level 3. And then we do the circles around Soul Eater and we defeat them.
Archer's attacks are so visually stimulating. It's like a Coco Melon video.
Alright. Skipping this. And now we continue towards Tamanoa. So now we're pretty, and we're enjoying our time in this lovely city when we suddenly get the feeling that something is weird.
Gasp. But even
Enemies?
has the music in the background that's like, ooh, something's wrong.
Oh no.
Alright, so here, a little bit of a spell strike. Some guys appear. We raindrop them.
Draw.
Also, no, I didn't want to aim at you. I know you can bowling them. Come on. Oh, not enough. It's okay. We're just gonna take care of them with the abstinence. Sometimes the bowling doesn't work, but it's okay. Also here I'm gonna do once again a key location, because this giant Buddha somehow is an important place. This is a joke. Of course, being in front of giant Buddhas is very important.
Thematically appropriate for our character, too.
And now, this old man. I have words to say about this old man. He's terrible. He pretends that he doesn't do anything, and then he suddenly teleports in front of you and is terrible.
Drip? Immaculate.
The drip is immaculate, but also I am not a fan of this guy.
He kind of looks like Stanley if Stanley had like swag.
I can see the parallel.
Thank you.
I love how the strategy for everything is just bully them in a corner.
Isn't that how most speedruns work?
I think so.
Yeah.
I might be wrong.
No.
No. I think you're right.
I'm glad to know sometimes I'm right.
Let's go. Now we get all the blue orbs.
All the blue orbs, and now we return home. Because what we're going to be going, and what we're going to do is we're going to actually do the actual next story part and go for a next big boss.
Tis now the time to finish this, which is true. Tis now the time to finish chapter 2.
Yeah, we still have more chapters after that. Yeah, we're preparing, and by preparing, I'm actually going to be doing a couple of things at the house, and especially at the workshop, to make sure that I'm prepared for this fight. First of all, we're going to be going around, and we're going to actually add some skills to Rogue Lancer. To do the reason why I'm doing this is because this unlocks a node later in the skill tree for Yuri. Now, the next thing is I'm going to go to the workshop, and I'm going to immediately change to Archer, because Lancer is finally not the only one.
Let's go.
Ooh.
Alright. Then I'm going to be going and change my mountings. We have some... I think the 87... Oh, wait, this is 116. I'm going to take that one. Yeah. Alright, here I'm gonna want... HP restoration is not bad, but... Oh, you know what? This one is pretty good. Here I'm gonna want to find some good loot ups. This is plus 27. And yeah, okay, plus 27 is what we want. And next, we have another loot up. This is a plus 11. That's really the only one that is better than... That is not the best. But it's okay. And with this, we just are ready to go. So instead of going for a ley line like before, we're going directly into the middle of the city. Yokosuka. Alright, so this is going to be a sort of giant dungeon where I'm going to be fighting a lot of fights in a row. So mostly you're going to see me going from fight to fight, managing my different gauges. We will be seeing a key location in the middle of the first section. So this is why I'm very quickly spending my Valor Strikes and everything, because I can do so.
Thank you, Grandpa Book. We'll go that way.
We're gonna trust Grandpa.
He hasn't led us wrong yet.
Nah, I think he's the perfect leader.
I think
this
every
section.
game should have a sentient book that's also your grandpa, that also serves as your companion to lead you through the game.
Now everyone is in the arena, and once again,
Bowling!
dispatching enemies very fast. Now here we get to one of the two magic furnaces that we need to stop. We're gonna get the key location here. And we're gonna continue back.
More snakes. It's snake
More
time.
snakes.
Snakes. This means assassins, right?
Makes insanely quick work of these snakes, though.
And then we're gonna have ghosts.
I'm so scared.
Oh no.
I'm shaking in my boots. My teeth are chattering. I'm hugging myself and shaking.
Thank you, Archer.
Let's go, Archer. Archer is so
Love
cool.
I was about to say, I love Archer's design so much.
Definitely very, very up there for me in terms of character design in this game as well. Nothing beats Hot Dad, but Archer gets pretty close.
Hot.
Oh, whoops. I did the wrong skill, but it's okay. Please. Please, Saber. Please behave. There we go. Alright. So next we get another fight where I'm gonna wait for all the enemies and I'm gonna I'll strike. Hopefully that covered everyone. Let's go.
I love
Gonna
how
go
much
pretty
little-
fast.
I love the little pieces of strategy where you're waiting for enemies to get in specific points or stuff like that.
Yeah, sometimes you don't want the fight to be taking like too much of your resources, and this is why I kind of saw if some enemies were kind of trying to go into the fight later on, or if every enemy was in the fight immediately.
That was comical. Throwing those snakes around like that all in one go was hysterical.
More rain.
See, like that was awesome. Every time we can have frame like that with raindrops, it's just like, this is the coolest thing ever.
I do appreciate how rain is one of the most powerful things in this game.
And I will also say, I do appreciate how the animations of all the super attacks actually make the attacks look like they have weight, and the attacks do have weight, like Rolling Rapids is really good, and like that the raindrops that push everybody back. Sometimes you'll see games like this where the specials are like very nothing burger, and it tickles me greatly to see that the attacks in this actually have as much weight as they look like.
Alright, so now we go towards the other magical furnace. We're almost there. We still have more enemies. And I'm gonna... a little bit of bowling. Oh no, you're blocking yourself. That's not good.
I think that was the most close-up I've seen an enemy model get launched. And it just,
Same.
that was so great.
Oh, you're blocking. Uppy's time shoots a man out of frame.
See, we can do uppies as well.
We can do Uppy's in combat.
I was about to say, it's just involuntary uppies.
There's one guy who's still is in the back. Come on. Okay, you're out. Now we continue. It's gonna be another set of enemies. Those ones, there's so many of them, I don't want to go for this, because I don't want to go for fireballs, because otherwise I'm gonna miss a good amount of them. So this is why I'm going for a raindrop.
I love how peaceful the music is and how peaceful this area looks, and this is like this combat encounter after combat encounter after combat encounter. Visually and audibly, there are two different things happening.
Alright. With this is gonna be the last fight before our actual boss fight.
Go. Any guesses in chat what the final boss is? Or with this chapter?
No. Yeah, this is gonna. We're gonna have a little bit in between the boss fight for the chapter, and this is gonna be a whole scripted section. But don't worry, it will be fast. It will be done fast.
Boat time.
Now we're boarding the boat.
Oh. First person, I didn't realize that was a thing. You've heard of snakes in the plane, now get ready for snakes in the boat.
So yeah, welcome to this giant boss fight where we're going to be dealing with some waves. There's going to be a little bit of a scripted fight afterwards where we just have to wait until dialogue gets done. And then just more fighting, but this time it's going to be against big bosses. There we go. So now enemies come in, and we have Musashi coming with us. And here I'm actually going to be using Musashi to defeat this giant phantom snake.
She's so cool. Look at her go.
Damn.
Oh, thank you, Saber. Alright, and then another section here. And now, literally, I'm trying to hope that there's not going to be a lot of enemies. Here I'm actually going to be dealing damage because I do want to have a move for when everything is going to be over. And I can just deal enemy damage to enemies all at the same time. So I'm going to be trying to raise at least damage until I get my first valid gauge. But in the meantime, Sel, if you want to share any messages or any comments in chat, here's the best time.
Awesome. Remind folks that RPG Limit Break is looking for new team members. We have opportunities across a variety of roles, including sponsorship coordinator, social media lead, developer ops, producer, content producer, and content team. These are a variety of both on-site and off-site roles. If you are interested, check our socials or join the Discord for a link to the application form. These are unpaid volunteer positions, but a great opportunity if you love this community, if you love to get involved, great ways to contribute and to help us run our events and these sideshows throughout the year.
Alright. So this is the line, and now we're gonna get thrown into a little bit of a cutscene, and then we're gonna start our big fight against the giant Orochi. So welcome to this giant snake.
That's a big
Go
snake.
giant big time.
That design is so good.
This is actually every snake we've already fought combined into one snake. No joke.
It would be
I'm
neat
just
if it
thinking,
was
could
actually
we-
the case, but no, this is just a giant snake that exists in the sea. And
I'm
we're
just thinking
defeating
biblically
it.
accurate snake. So many eyes.
That could
I
work as
saw
well.
it, if I saw this come out of the ocean, I would move to a different country.
I would live in the center of a country where there is no water around me.
I would be landlocked for the rest of my life.
Now we get to have a turn with Musashi, who also gets to defeat one side of Orochi. Now, Musashi comes with her own set of food, which is pretty nice, because that way I don't have to care about her eating into my provisions.
So
Well, food route
her
is pretty
food also
tight,
handy?
is what I would say. Yeah, I don't want to share. Alright, and now we have a
Thank you,
fight
my
with
guy.
Ryder. Now, this fight is pretty difficult if you're not doing the full stun, and I'm gonna be actually making sure I'm doing the full stun, so I'm gonna be focusing, making sure that Ryder does not get a moment to just get the shell gauge back. So actively stopping my combo early so that I can deal the damage to Ryder. There we go. And with this, we are defeating the Great Orochi. And with this, Chapter 2 is over, because we got the Noble Phantasm.
yippee!
I know some people in Voice Call who are very excited about Chapter 3, because we get to see some very funny things.
Yes.
I'm so excited.
I am also very excited.
We have a little bit of a cutscene skips to do, and then we will be on track.
One of my favorite parts about this run is that there's so many like goofy, fun moments throughout this that we don't miss. You would think in an RPG run you would miss the bits due to like skipping all the cutscenes, but we do get to see a lot of the stuff that has the personality of this game, and it's very cool, and it makes me very happy to see that.
Yes.
All right, so this is kind of the moment in the run where we actually get to do a big power boost. First of all, I'm gonna collect
Yay.
some money. But also, we're gonna be unlocking a new stance. Also here, do not talk to the boss. Otherwise, we would be sent into a cutscene, and that would actually lose us so much time. I did that
Bosses
during my
candy?
practice, and it was not fun.
Yeah.
But who's excited for a new stance?
Me, I'm
I
so
am.
excited.
I'm so excited to not watch her stance jump all the time anymore. It's fun, but something new will be fun too.
Mm-hmm. Now, at first we had the water and earth stance, so I think we could kind of guess which kind of stance we're gonna have. I'm gonna leave the name a little bit later, but here what I'm gonna say is that I'm gonna be taking some damage because this stance gets better the less health we have. So yeah, if you
Also
are
worth-
interested in some, hey, I shouldn't be at this low a health, and I'm still dealing so much damage, don't worry, you're in good company.
Also, we're fighting
With
a shadow
this,
version
after
of
you-
ourselves.
Yeah, Yori is fighting the Shadow, the True Self. Haha, funny reference. Anyway, everything went wrong when the Fire Stance Nation attacked. So
There is no
this
more
stance is all
left
about
to say.
staying at very low health and dealing all the damage. Don't block. Blocking is bad. And this is where your riposte skill is highly required. Also, fireball.
Also, fireball, then casually throwing a fireball is so funny. It's just like pocket sand, and you like pull a fireball out of your pocket and chuck it at them.
Mm-hmm. Alright. So now we have the fire stance. And the town is burning.
No! That's all the fireballs you've been throwing!
I'm sorry, I had to throw them.
We went too fast, everything's on fire.
I'm so sorry. With great power comes great responsibility.
I'm not seeing a lot of responsibility for what just happened.
It's fine.
Time for ley line.
Think about the ley line first. The fire can be taken care of by someone else. Not that we have literally a water... We have literally a water hose in the form of Saber. It's okay.
True. Firefighting, poofed, magic time.
Yeah. Anyway, with this is the first time we actually get to separate from Saber.
Woo!
Saber, you grew up so quick. I'm so happy to see you take your own path in life.
So now we actually get to have sections where Saber can be left alone and sent towards our next goal. Here I'm going to get rid of one of the thoughts. We're not going to need so many of them. If I remember correctly, I'm going to go this way. And here I have a sword fight.
But it's for Saber.
Yeah. So it actually doesn't really matter. Saber is alone because Saber just can deal so much damage.
You say it, Saber.
Alright. Oh, I made a mistake here. I'm not supposed to go there. It's okay. I have Rogue Archer. I can do this fight pretty easily. And also the humans. Oh, I was doing a heavy attack, but okay, game. Alright. So yeah, there's gonna be a Darting Dragon. I'm gonna be taking care of a couple of things. I think I'm pretty... Yeah, I'm gonna be pretty okay, because here I'm gonna be cutting this path, refilling the affinity gauge, and now this first lantern is going to be stopped by the Saber Intercept. And after this one, I'm going to be redirecting Saber to go to the actual yellow leyline source. Because we have a boss fight there. It's not the most important boss fight, but it's still pretty good to know that there is this boss fight. Here, Saber was going to go a bit on the side, but now we're certain Saber is going to go in the good direction. Also, no, some enemies are traveling. They're gonna stop me in my ley line. Anyway,
You're gonna...
here I'm gonna wait for some enemies to come in. Come, join the fun. And now... a little bit of a wash.
It'll never get old. I think I'll laugh every time I see that.
Yep. I agree.
Mm-hmm. Alright. Next, we're gonna have some big enemies spawn in. So we're gonna use the Noble Phantasm.
Let's go cutscene super.
Wow, Saber has water snakes.
Yeah.
Lots of snakes in this game.
Yeah.
Alright.
She must have picked them up after killing all those snakes with water last chapter.
True.
Mm-hmm. Here we can let them have it. Because we're literally gonna be ending this section. It's okay, we're already there. There we go. What? Danger?
Oh.
Leyline cut? I don't know what you mean. So, while we had the fire stance, we kinda are still missing a couple of things. First of all, I kinda wanna have access to the fire stance skill tree. So, what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna do a little bit of fire grind. And by that I just mean I'm gonna be killing enemies, killing some monsters using the fire stance. So, just using the fire stance to deal damage, and also hope that that Saber does not kill steal. That can happen.
The
So
double uppies.
please Saber, be nice. Okay, I got all of them. Let's go.
Let's go.
That's great.
That big water slash did scare me for a second.
Now we need to do another grind. So here, I'm gonna put them into the raindrops, deal the damage, and there we go. That was basically perfect. I'm gonna even check, but I think I actually got it all. No, I'm at 18, which is still pretty good. I'm just gonna unlock this now that I'm here, and I'm not gonna equip this. I don't really need to. With this, we're gonna go into another fight. This one I can just do the first phase with the fire, the fire combo, and then we're gonna be using Archer because Archer's not gonna be staying for long with us, so might as well enjoy their presence.
What's gonna happen to Archer? I'm sure nothing bad.
Everything's gonna be fine.
Everything will be
Yeah.
fine. Also, note that ability we didn't equip was called the Flame Serpents. Yet another snake.
Hmm. And there we go. That's Archer. Thank you, bud.
Thanks, Archer.
More story section.
Archer, you're so cool. I wish you were real.
Right now, what's happened is that we're kind of investigating on Chiemon, who was the Lancer's master. And we're kind of trying to understand what is happening here. In any case, now that we have access to the Fire Stance, I'm going to get the Fire Stance health requirement boost, which means that now I don't need to be at this low of a health to be taking, to be dealing all the damage.
That's great.
Please. This one guy is not being nice. He really doesn't want to be with me, and me cutting it open. Right now, I'm gonna be doing a bit more fighting and covering. So, if you wanna cover some things that we're gonna maybe see in Chapter 3, feel free to do so, Anne or Corey.
Yeah, so one thing we are collecting throughout this chapter is Linden, which we're going to need for a later thing to improve our stances. We need a decent number of them for reasons that we'll get into later, but if we don't get them, there is a way that we can get a ton of them at once.
Also, as I mentioned earlier, we're going to see arguably, I haven't seen the last half of this game, but I think arguably the best Uppies animation out of all of them. And also my favorite part of this run. I won't spoil it because it is so nonsensical, but it's so funny.
Yeah, I fully expect to be laughing my head off during that.
The run has been leading up to this moment.
This is the one part that is very important.
Yes.
Alright, so here I'm gonna try to deal as much damage as I can. But also what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna... There we go. When I said that riposting is very useful in this chapter, yeah.
And it's not easy to get all those riposte times like that. Jupi has practiced a lot and is very good at this. It is very cool to see once you know a little more how the riposte works. That like it's very cool to watch a Jupi do this over and over and over. Absolute masterclass of how to be a pro gamer here.
Damn, I'm gonna blush. Alright, and with this we finished our Koishikawa inspection. And now we're gonna return to home. But don't worry, we will be sent immediately into another ley line. Because, apparently ley line is the way to go today.
It's the ley line time.
Yeah.
Ooh. More ley lines.
Getting rid of this. We return to Asakusa. And then, once we have a little talk and we decide to where we're gonna go next, we get into another ley line.
I like how they're like blue and holographic. Sorry, go ahead. I was going to say, I like how they're like blue and holographic and how out of place that looks at Edo period Japan.
Yeah, it's very Star Trek energy.
Right?
But yeah, here they let us choose between Todoroki and Kawasaki Daishi. And Todoroki is great, but also full of combat and stories that we don't really care about. And that's way too long. So we are actually going to Kawasaki Daishi because literally by going there, we just have to do one fight on top of this entire ley line. So it's actually way faster. But here we're going to be seeing a lot of sections where I'm just going to be ignoring fighting because fighting is too slow. And so look at that.
Yeah.
This enemy gets removed, and then we get enough affinity gauge to do the saber intercept. And that's how we continue.
I appreciate how well-rounded these are to make sure that you avoid fights and that you're always getting the affinity gauge when you need it.
Mm-hmm.
It's so great to watch these parts.
Removing a dotting dragon here. So here, once again, we remove this spot, saber intercept. And it keeps going. Also here I'm gonna redirect Saber again towards this way. Get another refill of our affinity gauges. It's gonna be this guy. Guess what? We're doing the same thing. It keeps going. We shall not fight anyone, unless it's a mandatory fight.
We just make Saber do it for us.
Yeah, like here. I don't want to be fighting some people with Yori. Yori's too slow. This is why we go with...
Exactly.
Alright. One enemy's being defeated, and then we're gonna get a snake or a soul leader. I don't remember which one. It was a snake. We give the snake a bath.
That's fine.
To be honest, I would understand people taking damage from this. I don't want to be washed with a high-pressure jet of water.
Yeah, those things can cut through stone. So...
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't think that's safe for humans.
No. Which is why we keep using it on humans. I mean, what?
Exactly.
Alright, here we go over there. We'll need to... here we need Yori to get there by himself. Fortunately, Saber cannot bring Yori over, which would have been nice. But no, we don't get that luxury. Anyway,
Only non-binary people
it-
can teleport. Yori's not non-binary, so he can't teleport.
Yeah. You know, Transcales can double jump.
Yeah.
Non-binary people can teleport, even though Yori showcased that he could teleport very fast earlier.
What? he was just considering some things briefly, and he like tapped into that.
Alright. And with this, we're done with Kawasaki Daishi. I was not kidding when I said this was gonna be fast.
So speedy fast. It's almost like it's a speedrun, I think. I think that's what we're doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So during the story here, we met up with Dorothea and Assassin. We learned that Dorothea is the master of Assassin. And they told us, hey, you should probably go this way. Something's amiss.
Mm-hmm.
And we were right. Something's pretty amiss towards Kanagawa Port, which is where our good old buddy Roach Archer is usually coming from. What is happening there?
Oh
In
no,
any
they
case,
have a direct
This guy
path.
thinks he's very nice. Sorry, I didn't understand what you said, Corey.
I said, oh no, they have a direct path to us. Whatever shall we do?
Oh no, yeah. Anyway.
Why don't we
Come
ever
on.
get a direct path to them? Why do they always get the direct path to us? Why can't they?
I don't know why. I mean,
Also,
we
Grease
should
Lightning
prepare those
achievement.
things in advance.
Absolutely. Also, Greased Lightning being an achievement, a reference to the Grease being in this game is not something that I thought was going to be here, and then I saw it when Jupi was showing me this chapter, and I was gobsmacked. It took me by surprise.
Anyway, Saber Intercept.
Oh wait, no, we don't even do a Saber Intercept on that guy. There we go.
On the other one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because those people thought that the direct line was very powerful, but then we came in with the power of, we're fast enough. Alright. So here, I'm gonna actually return to the Earth stance because, as you can see, I'm very much back on full health. So it's actually just a time loss to try to use the Fire stance because the Fire stance does not get the attack boost once you have full health. And so it's pretty slow, and we want to return to the Earth stance just for those sections.
Plus, we get to watch Jupi jump around more, and that's the peak of all combat.
Yeah.
It is.
Everyone loves combat where you just do jumpies.
Jump slash, jump slash. It's tiny uppies.
Personal uppies.
Alright. More Revenants. Here I'm gonna try to defeat them pretty fast, but also... You know what? I'm just gonna shorten it. There we go. We're gonna continue. This is gonna be a little bit of a gauntlet again. But we should be fine.
Also, note that sick guitar in the background.
Yeah, that sick guitar is cool. I like it a lot.
A lot of the music in this game is very good.
Alright, so here I'm gonna go up again, up a giant coast. Gonna be fighting more enemies. This time they're gonna be, I think, more humans. Yes, they're gonna be more humans here. We're gonna wait for them to enter the arena again, because there's some people that are gonna come over from here. Look at them! They just appeared right in front of us.
So they can teleport.
They're all non-binary.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what the
Must
average
all
of
be-
this.
Yeah.
Unblock, please.
I love when video
There we
games
go.
are inclusive like that.
And now we're going to be entering a servant fight, so I'm going to be dumping all of my resources into this next fight. Especially considering it's against Lancer.
Ooh.
There. I'm going to do a Rolling Rapids, and then I'm going to launch immediately into a Saber substitute gauge. Come on. Game was gonna give it to me at some point. Alright, this attack is the level 3. I'm glad I dodged it. And here, mostly what we want is to push Jeanne d'Arc to the 75%, the 25% mark health. So this is why I'm gonna be focusing still a little bit more, doing more damage with this. And there we go.
More bullying in the corner.
Yeah.
Saber
And then here we get
absolutely-
another key location.
Let's go.
Full restoration.
And now we found out that this is where her sister was kidnapped to. Don't worry, she's fine.
Yay!
That's good.
Also, we're gonna control Lancer now.
It was Joan d'Arc. I wouldn't have guessed that. And that wouldn't have been my first thought of who that individual was.
So yeah, this would be Jeanne d'Arc if Jeanne d'Arc was a bit into punk emo.
Which is awesome.
Also, she's
I prefer
wearing
this to real
an
life
outfit
Jeanne d'Arc.
tailored for the weather outside.
I like how, like, almost all the summons have, like, the craziest drip.
Yeah. I will point out she's also wearing heels in battle, which is
My
absolutely
ankles hurt.
Alright. And now that I have this, I'm gonna be using the Noble Phantasm. Because Lancer has a terrible condition. It's called wanting to go into shell gauge too fast. So I'm gonna just ignore that and deal all the damage right now.
That's awesome. Oh, so she's so edgy.
There we go.
Never noticed that dialogue and how like sad it was. She's like a Danganronpa character.
Okay, very specific series, but
Uh,
I will take it.
She's talking about despair.
Alrighty then. Let's see if we're still streaming or if this is just an ingest issue. I think it's just ingest. We appear to have lost Jupi entirely. Cell, are you still there?
I am indeed still here.
Okay. Annie, Corey, are you still there?
I'm
here.
still here.
Okay, looks like it might just be Jupi, unfortunately. Oh, they seem to have reconnected.
Sorry about that. I had some issues here. I stopped the timer just in case.
No.
You tell me
All right.
whenever I'm back.
Okay, looks like we have the game feedback now.
Perfect. Sorry
Yep.
about that.
No worries.
Let's continue. Alright, so this section with Archer, a little bit long, but it's okay. We're going to be trying to deal as much damage as we can immediately, because otherwise... no, unfortunately I still get to have the shell gauge, which is unfortunate, but we can still go very fast, very quickly.
Also, oh no, why are we fighting Rogue Archer?
Yeah, Rogue Archer got suddenly controlled by some unknown force. So we're trying. All right. And with this, Archer is gone.
Thankfully, Rogue Archer is not as good of an enemy as they are as an ally.
Anyway, more fighting, and here Rogue Berserker also joined the fray as he's also being controlled. But it's okay, we got Musashi on the scene to help with that. So this is a scripted fight, so I actually just need to reach the 50% bar. But also, ow, pile driver. Go attack Rogue Berserker. And with this, we're gonna switch now to Archer. Archer is Zhou Yu. From the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. And Zhou Yu is kind of broken.
Yeah.
So we can just rain Hellfire onto our enemy, and then spam them with the giant big arrow throw, and then we do it again.
That's awesome. And in this fight, if I'm not mistaken, Zhao Yu also comes with their own food at the beginning of this fight, much like the earlier Musashi
Both
fight.
Musashi and Archer come with their own food.
Awesome.
We love characters not eating our candy.
It's all our candy. You remember on like Halloween as
Yeah.
a kid when you eat candy and your parents would be like, no, you have to share your candy. We're adults now. We don't have to do that. We're not sharing our candy.
Damn. Do you have some past experience with that?
We're not going to talk about it here at RPG Limit Break Hidden Encounters. We can maybe talk about that after.
Alright, so now that we had this little section where almost every rogue servant and some servants were also pretty angry, now we're kind of trying to see if there's some people who we know have not been controlled. And we're gonna talk about with our good buddy Ruler, who everything's going fine with him. So it's not him that got targeted. But also, we learned that someone else also didn't get affected. Also, hi DLC 2 and DLC 3.
I know.
I'm not gonna touch you. So, I hope you're all excited, because the funny is finally happening.
Let's go!
So I'm just gonna wait for Cell's reaction on this one. So we're a pig now.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness!
I forgot about the noise.
I also forgot about that. Oh my gosh.
Also,
Puppies!
Let's go!
Puppies!
You're so angry.
also, if you're wondering, is jumping actually a good thing? Yes, it is the fastest way of moving as Pork Yuri. This was not found by me, this was found by Griot, another runner of the game, who runs mostly in New Game Plus. But jumping with Yuri as a pork just goes way faster. But I kindly named this pork hops in reference to pork chops. Anyway, you get it. You get to see it again.
No, he's not angry this time. He has accepted his fate.
I just wish you could fight us, the pig. But I do love that you
wish
just
as well.
stand behind in the distance.
But no, we have to fight as Saber during this section.
The moral support of having a pig watching us is more than enough, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
Oh. The noise is
Also,
so good.
yes, he does have his own portrait.
That's so good.
Oh.
Anyway, this section of the game is over now. We're gonna be doing one more fight and then no more Yuri Pig, unfortunately. But I'm glad I could share the beauty of Pig Yuri to the world.
That's what I was talking about earlier when we see a lot of the personality and goofy bits of this game. Like exactly this. This is absolute peak of this game in my opinion.
I can stop dying now.
Also, Roguecaster was so nice with us that now she is a friend of the fight. Also, if you're wondering, yes, who is a caster that could turn people into pigs? Yes, it is Cersei. Anyway, now we're gonna, after this very funny moment, we're actually gonna be going into a very serious time, because this is probably the one section of the game where we're gonna be just walking forwards while a little bit of history of Saber is gonna be revealed here. Now, their true name is not gonna be revealed immediately, so you are fine, you do not need to hide from the true name. I will mention, if you do want to not be spoiled on that, I will mention when that true name will appear so you do not get spoiled. But otherwise, here we kind of get some little hints about Saber's past, about having a brother and fighting to expand the kingdom. This is also the best time because I'm just going to be going forwards and passing some, getting to the next part of the section. If you need to have a drink, take some pills, whatever you need to do, take care of yourself, everyone. We're going to be right back into the action in a couple of minutes. In the meantime, again, any questions from chat, always welcome, and any messages, also welcome.
I think chat is still just currently processing Pigu, the wonderful experience that was. I do have a little announcement though. RPG Limit Break 2026, our charity event in support of the National Alliance on Mental Illness, will be back May 17th to 23rd, 2026. Game submissions are going to be opening up at the beginning of February with volunteer applications at the beginning of March. To learn more about all of that, again, you can check out our socials. Eye on those. Come join the Discord for announcements. More information about that we'll be releasing closer to the date. But we have dates, and we'll be back in Denver, Colorado. Very, very exciting.
So, lots of discussions about defeating some enemies for the sake of our father. That's weird. I don't know what kind of story would talk about that. But right now, we're slowly walking. We're going to be reaching the end of this section in pretty soon. And then we're going to be doing a very important fight, because this fight is pretty much riposte based. If you do not know how to riposte well, this fight will carve it into you. You will know how to riposte very fast by doing this fight. Slowly reaching the end. And there we are, at the end of Saber Psyche. Because Saber got taken control over by the unknown force that took over Berserker earlier, and Lancer. And now, we're gonna need to fight to gain back control of our friend. So here, I'm going to immediately go into a couple of Vile Strikes to limit, to take down some damage very fast. I'm going to try to do a lot of riposte onto Saber. I'm also going to be taking damage because, once again, you can see I'm at back at full health, and at this point, it's kind of a waste. So I'm going to be trying to riposte as early as possible on each time of the combos, do my own fight, do my own combos as a response, and our goal here is to reach halfway of Saber's life bar. Here's going to be a giant attack. Oh, I messed up the riposte. It's okay. I'm going to eat just one rice ball just as a safety. Oh, messed up again. It's okay. Almost slowly getting there. Alright. Almost there. And there we go.
Woo!
Sorry about that. Larry decided to be terrible. I'm gonna be right back.
The cat causing some chaos in the background.
Yay. We do get void stance.
He's being punished. He's being terrible. It's okay. But we just unlocked Void Stance. Sorry about the loud noises. I really hope that no one got really blasted over that. Do tell me if anything went wrong. But with this, we're finally out, and we're gonna be saving Saber and having a fun time. He's crying. Oh no, the poor baby. Alright, so one thing I'm going to check immediately is, do I have the wood? Oh yes, I do. I actually do. I do not need to do a fight. Let's go. So here I'm going to actually save my game, because this will be dependent on RNG. But I'm going to be doing some carving. While I'm doing the carving, can you quickly explain what I'm aiming for here?
Yes, so here we're aiming for... we need to get it perfect, and by getting it perfect, we're going to get an upgrade for the Void Stance, hopefully. But we may not get it. It is a chance, so that's why we created the safe state, so that if we don't get it, we can just go back and try again. We also want a couple fire stances to upgrade our fire. But yeah.
So right now, I'm hoping that it's going to be on the last one. Otherwise, I'm going to have to reload the save. And we're hoping that it's going to be pretty fast. There we go. Perfect. We just had to do all of them. But with this, I got 2 fire statues, and I got the Senju Cannon, which is what we require. And with this, I'm going to be opening some skills here. I'm going to go for this one, for Cersei. And then we need to... I'm trying to remember what I need to do. Ah, yes. I need to go change my equipment, and then see if I can open some things in the... in this section. I'll gauge up here. I'm gonna get... This is a plus 32, that is pretty good. Yeah, I'm gonna get this one. Do you have more plus loot, or... I saw a plus loot. Yeah, plus 26. That's gonna be good. Here, I'm gonna check the workshop. Can I have maybe a mortal blow? Yes. Alright. And with this... we can now go to our next section, Akasaka, because we actually got the message that Archer and Zheng Chekong are actually in danger. And you can see that here, Akasaka just is going up in flames. Come on. There we go. So we're going to try to navigate this place. Unfortunately, there's some paths that we would usually take that are completely covered with debris, so we're just going to take the long and scenic route. This is also going to be great because we're going to get to showcase... Wait, I'm realizing I do not have... I forgot to do the Cersei equipment, Cersei setting. Oh, wait, I am actually in the... I'm going to be fine. I forgot to set up Cersei, which would have been nice, but here I'm just gonna go with a normal rolling rapids.
You got this. Also, Jupi throwing around more fireballs, setting more places on fire. This is the second time it's happened. A little irresponsible, but it's okay.
It'll be fine.
Mm-hmm. You can light like a couple towns on fire as a treat. It's okay.
We're loud.
There we go. Alright. Next week we're gonna go with some raindrops. No, some rolling rapids again.
Yeah, I think it's spreading because we're using fireballs, so...
Alright, more link strikes. There we go. And then
I love
we're
the
gonna get
friendship
to the one-eyed Oni right after covering this section.
Part of me wonders why you just don't do that with the entire town first. I mean, we have a water laser, we have raindrops, we can do a lot, so why not just do it with the entire town?
I don't know.
It is kind of silly that when you did that rain blast, the particles from the fire unloaded, so it was kind of like it went out for a second, and then it was back immediately.
Please. For some reason it was in a very specific place between the rubble. But now we're reaching our boss fight for chapter 3. And also our key location. Full of the energy.
Chinese residence is so nondescript compared to our previous key locations. That was like, oh, X castle, X town. Nope, generic Chinese residence. This person doesn't get to have a title to their house.
Alright, so here we learned that Archer has been taken over, and we kind of need to stop them before they will actually, ravage the entire place. So this is why we're trying to deal as much damage as we can here. I'm trying to keep my Noble Phantasm, which I do have access to, for later, because this fight is actually scripted in between the two sections. So it's actually a good thing that we're not dealing all the damage here. But now, we're gonna be entering the second phase, and go with a Rolling Rapids. Once we get access to the substitute gauge, go immediately into a Noble Phantasm. And with this, Joyu is lying on the ground. Easy pickings for Saber at full power.
We know Saber is cool because Saber looks away from explosions.
But with this, unfortunately, Joyu decided to terminate their contract, and we will not see them anymore, just to save the entire city. And we'd love them for that. We care. Alright. So, we're still not done with Chapter 3. We still have one fight left, which is Rogue Lancer, who we have seen earlier, but now they're still being terrible. And we're gonna want to remind them, hey, did you know you're supposed to be with us? Alright.
He's supposed to be with us.
Like the first time we fought Rogue Lancer. Oh, please go on.
I was just saying, we could definitely live without him. He's not very good, but he's supposed to be with us.
Yeah.
He is annoying as an enemy, so...
Which is ironic, isn't it?
Okay, we're almost at the end. I'm hoping that Lancer behaves. Let's go. Come on, we're literally at the end. Oh, thank you.
Let's go.
Absolutely.
There we go.
Let's go, Fireball. point blank fireball.
But with this, we're gonna go into a little bit of a story. We learned that Assassin escaped the control of Dorothy. So we're actually gonna be helping her, trying to understand where Assassin is and maybe try to stop Assassin. And our search leads us to Kanda Shrine, where, unfortunately, we also learned that Yui Shosetsu's servant is also not wanting to cooperate. And we kind of end on this very low downer moment where someone has taken control of so many different servants, and it's kind of dangerous. In any case, we are now going into Chapter 4.
These last 3 chapters are going to be a lot quicker than the last 3. We are going to breeze through these in comparison to our last chunk.
Alright. Also, Chapter 4 is divided into 2 big chapters, so don't worry, this is why the chapters are so long on the timer. I'm gonna be covering this. Thank you, Skinoshin, for your money. Here we have a small discussion with Ruler, but actually Ruler is nowhere to be found, so I'm gonna be ambushed by enemies, but I'm gonna take the opportunity to do some Void grind, because yes, we unlock Void Stance, and just like Fire Stance, we need to kind of grind a little bit before we actually get to use its real power. And this is why we're fighting those enemies. We need to defeat 20 monsters, just like before. And this is almost the full count, if I remember correctly. If it's not the case, we can always finish with the other section. But here, we're going to be fighting some humans. A little bit of Fireball. And there we go.
That looked like a 7-10 bowling split, which was very funny.
Yeah. Here I'm going to continue doing this. I'm actually going to be using the rolling rapids so I can do this. To note, the Void Stance is very specific because it actually benefits from you being at very high health. In fact, the better you can do is literally be at full health the entire time, because Void Stance likes when you do that. If you actually lose some health, the attack speed will drop significantly, and this is why I am trying to make sure that if I am at full health, I go for Void. If I have taken any sort of damage, I go for Fire. So this is kind of the main way we're going to be fighting for the rest of the game. To note, Void is supposedly stronger as we go along, but since we're going to not be unlocking almost all of its good pots, this is why it's still considered Fire is still considered pretty good for DPS. Anyway, now we get told, hey, go to Yoshiwara because we're being cold. But first of all, we're still gonna be buying a boss candy. We get 1 per chapter. It would be so mean of us to not actually get those.
So much money.
Yeah. Now, the money route is no longer a big deal, and while the food route can still, you know, it's still a little bit under this, considering I had to do a couple of improvisation. This is still better. Like, don't worry, we're gonna have still a lot of food by the end of the run. But
let's go.
we're still gonna take the advantage here of buying some persimmons again and dine in for some food.
Gotta get our fruit somewhere.
Yeah.
It makes me happy to see Yori eating actual meals whenever you stop at that.
Also here, I forgot to check it, but I'm gonna... Okay, I'm at 7 out of 11. I will just need 4 of them, and then 4 fights, and then I can just have no issues with monsters anymore.
Saber, please don't steal our kills.
Oh. Thankfully, Saber is not that much of a kill stealer here, so we can just do this immediately.
You're absolutely throwing this lantern around.
Mm-hmm. Where's the last one? There we go. Alright. And we're gonna have more fights in a sec. Going around, saving the town. In the meantime, while I'm going around and fighting some enemies, do you have anything to share about Chapter 4 and Okori, about what we're gonna see in this big chapter?
This is the beginning of where I am actually blind to the game. I personally don't have a lot to share because of that reason. Corey, do you have anything?
Mm-hmm.
I'm also mostly blind to this. I saw a tiny bit, but yeah.
You get the really cool commentary where you get to see us react to things.
You know that what I'm gonna say is we're gonna have the longest ley line outside of the final one coming soon. So I hope you're excited for that one. This one is gonna be long and pretty fun also because we're gonna be managing with we're gonna be managing 3 characters at once in a sort of ballet.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm looking at your notes, and that is a long ley line.
I'm glad that Corey loves the leyline bits so much, because they do kind of break my own brain, as seeing as I am not a math major. I went to college for broadcast. I push buttons. Absolutely not the same wheelhouse, so shout out to Corey for being such a leyline fan.
They're cool. They remind me of some math games that I've played.
They're absolutely cool, don't get me wrong. I just can't comprehend the routing. The last strategy game I played was like a Halo Wars when it released.
Come on. Just want this substitute gauge, and then I can use the Noble Phantasm here. And we should be done with the fight.
So absolutely evaporated.
Mm-hmm. Here, more story related. We're kind of trying to understand and meet up with Takao Dayu, who is the Musashi master, and try to find a plan to fight off the current situation with the controlled enemies, the controlled servants and everything. And basically, what's been kind of thought about right now is that we're gonna need to do some leyline stuff. And try to go to Kaeji, or at least reach Ueno, because we seem to understand that this is where the actual current master in charge, the master of caster, is currently holding everyone. So here we get a little bit of silly ley lines here. Some of our paths are cut away, but it's totally fine. We're just going to continue forwards and not have any issues.
This is so rude.
It's a little rude, yeah, I agree.
Error.
Does it change
here, I'm
every
gonna-
turn?
Yeah, it will change every turn.
Wild.
That is.
Yeah. Here I'm gonna do
So-
a safety pickup because I know I'm gonna need the saber intercept afterwards.
Mhm.
There we go. And then continue here, and instead of going for a winnow here, despite all of the ley lines, I do have a direct path here. My goal is to actually reach this one section over there that just got affected by a yellow ley line, but everything's gonna be fine. Gonna remove this starting dragon. No. Saber is gonna rejoin us at some point later on, so it's totally fine. And here we're going like this, and we're gonna meet up with our yellow line. I'm gonna do a saber intercept, and we're gonna be pretty good for our upcoming leyline fights, because we're gonna be changing things around. Here we actually meet up with Cersei, and Cersei is telling us the leyline is all out of whack. Let's actually resolve this situation and actually show the real leyline. There it is.
Oh. That's wild.
Yeah. Also, now we don't have enough to collect, so we just use Saber here. We go here, and then this opens again the barrier, and then I'm going to be using a Dotting Dragon to just go immediately into a winnow. And there we go.
Made it through.
So now we're going to get into our first dungeon of Chapter 4. We're going to have 2 of them. But this one is probably the longest one because we actually have to go around and do a couple of things to progress. First of all, we can't go into winnow like earlier in Chapter 1. In Chapter 1. I forgot where we were. Here we're gonna have to go the long route by using those boats and go very fast at this with the water power.
Makes sense.
And then we get some bats. There we go. Here I'm actually gonna get this one. I forgot to actually unlock this section, but it's gonna be fine. There we go. And now this bar is filled up, and now I should be accessing the void. There we go. So now with this, actually using void stance will lower shell gauges, which is actually pretty useful.
Also, really
Still,
quick,
if you are pretty good at riposting... Oh, yes?
I was gonna say, shout out to Jupi for all the routing. There is an insane amount of routing in this game with the skill tree and the food and the picking up stuff to buy. There's
And
like
ley line.
exactly. There's like 5 different things happening all the time in this game, and Jupi is just so on top of it. It blows my mind. It is so cool what Jupi's doing right now.
I've been
It is
trying to
very
route to... Like, it's... Yeah, it took me like an entire month and a half to route this entire section in the entire game in Sword Novice. And then I kind of tried to reuse most of my routes in Apprentice. And it somehow worked pretty well, but every time I had to consider what is a better speed, what is the things I need to unlock, and it led to this route that I'm very proud of, and I wish people would come over and test out the things. This run is pretty fun, I would say. All right.
It is very fun to watch. That's for sure.
Little warning, we're gonna start seeing some spider enemies. If you've not been afraid by the skeletons or anything like that, spiders are coming. Don't worry. We will try to defeat them as fast as possible, but do beware.
I am personally not a spider and or bug fan, but Jupi's getting rid of them so fast. I can't even see them. They're there for a second and they're gone.
Alright. Next thing we're gonna do is we're gonna fight this giant beast. Here I'm gonna do a raindrops. I'm gonna try for the Nue to attack me because I'm still a bit too high of an attack. Come on. Thank you. That is what we like to see. Using the Link Strike to try and deal more damage to the Nue. And take the opportunity to use the Valor Strike here. And let's continue. So now this section is gonna have another of those fist fights that I don't really care about, so no, we dodge. And we continue towards this door, which is actually the continuation, and where we're gonna actually have another set of servants to fight.
Oh no.
Now, Lancer is back.
Time to fight him again.
Lancer, by far, I think at this point is my least favorite character. Really annoying enemy, really bad friends, a horrible outfit. I mean, what's there to like?
Oh, okay. I'm gonna return to Saber. Hopefully I can fill up the Noble Phantasm gauge.
I feel like he's kind of dressed like a reject Power Ranger without a helmet.
See, to me, he looks like a generic Final Fantasy unit, like enemy Final Fantasy unit.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense. I can definitely see that.
In a game full of drip, he has no drip, which is unfortunate.
In the game full of drip, this man has never seen a faucet in his life.
Alright, one was there. Oh. Rogus, this guy is being terrible. I do not like this old man. This old man is terrible. It's okay, we're gonna just line up our horse again.
I love every single like a hit sound that does as you're running them into the wall.
And there we go.
Let's go.
Now, here, we're unfortunately gonna have to fight Berserker again. But we're gonna be fighting with Musashi.
Oh, okay. That makes things better.
Yeah,
Makes
because those two were actually, helping each other in Yoshiwara. And so they decide, yes, it is I who will be facing Samson.
Oh my god, we finally found the name. It's Samson from the Bible.
Yeah. Samson has very pretty, bright green hair.
That blew me away when I found out that was Samson from the Bible with his like neon green hair. Another Fate Samurai Remnant fact that left me gobsmacked and speechless.
Alright, we're almost there. The fight with Samson will end, and that's it. And now, we're gonna get to do a big decision. Now, normally, that decision is kind of as you wish. Do you want to continue and go fight the servant at Kaneji? Or do you actually want to just go and pursue Assassin who decided to wreak havoc on Yokosuka? And the fastest way to do so, the fastest route, is actually to go for Assassin. So now this is the time where the actual story divides into two, and we're going to be trying to go for an ending. This ending is called A Ray of Light, and it's considered the fastest one for New Game. The New Game Plus route exists, but it's only in New Game Plus, so we won't actually be seeing it. Otherwise, that would be the actual fastest route in the game. But right now, we get to the longest ley line. Look at this beast of a ley line.
Holy.
It is so long. And we're controlling 3, right?
Oh, Hot Dad is with us this time?
Yes!
I'm here. I'm invested. Not to say I haven't been invested the entire time. I'm just a little extra invested when she's here.
So here I'm gonna direct Musashi and Saber to the middle and left sides of the ley line, and I'm gonna be taking the right side because it's actually a good way of separating each line to take as much place and try to evade as much enemies as we can. Also here we do not take Cersei, it's totally fine. Here you need to go like, if I remember, no. Saber, you need to go there. I go here. And then we're gonna do the switcheroo and not have to fight the that section. There we go.
The amount of routing this game must have taken is insane, especially these ley line conflicts.
Yeah. This one is pretty complex because we have so many things to take care about.
Mm-hmm.
Also, Jupi saying this only took her a month and a half to route is insane. The game I run is 20 minutes, and that took me like a half a year to get that run like good for a marathon. So Jupi is absolute praise. Amazing at this.
I'm gonna blush.
Breaks my brain.
Yeah, it is incredible.
Alright. We're gonna go over there. I'm actually gonna do the exchange here because it's probably easier at this point. And that way we just do not have to fight. And here there's gonna be the reveal of our enemy here, which is going to be Rogue Archer, unfortunately.
I miss when Rogue Archer was our friend.
Yeah, me too. But with this, we're gonna just remove this section with this one. And we're gonna do the same with the other enemy. And then we're gonna be entering Kanagawa Port.
Rogue Archer
The enemies
was so nice.
loved actually going around. I'm gonna... at this point... No, you're actually right. That is the correct thing you should be doing, Saber. Thank you. And also Musashi is gonna cut that pod, which means that we get a full bar just before entering into Kanagawa. Alright, so here we're gonna not have the full ley line be over, but we're gonna be covering a good amount. Alright. More fights into this section. And that one. Here, there's gonna be a big snake that's gonna appear. I'm gonna do a rolling rapids.
Still using water against
Alright.
snakes.
Mm-hmm. Using a link strike here. And then we're going for a fight with Rogue Archer again.
No, not our friend.
Yeah.
Not our friend.
Thankfully, it will be the last one with
Not the second
With
coolest
Rogue
character
Archer.
in the game.
Alright. Doing all the dodges that we need to do. Also here, I'm gonna go into also Saber and use the Noble Phantasm because we're not gonna be using Saber a lot afterwards. So this is a good section to do so. Almost there. There we go.
Let's go.
And with this, we're actually gonna get a little shortcut ourselves. You were wondering why we didn't get any of those? We actually get one of those.
Let's go.
And with this, we're finally at the end of our leyline conflict.
Oh.
And we're gonna fight. Or boss fight. Not before a little bit of a dungeon session.
I'm so happy that we at least get one of those shortcuts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, same. Thought that it was quite selfish that the enemy kept getting them, and we never did. I'm happy to see that we have finally gotten one.
Yeah, our enemy was nice to us.
Mm-hmm.
They let us have a turn.
You hose them down with water enough, and they'll cooperate with anything. I mean...
Mm-hmm. So this section of Yokosuka is now kind of filled up with poison, which, yes, if we stay in there, we take some damage, which is pretty nice for fire stance, because now we get to easily take all the damage. To note, I'm gonna still try to not take all of the damage, because otherwise I'm gonna be in very tight situation and any damage could kill me. So, not a really good situation, but here we try to make sure. We don't get any issues. There we go. And you don't get to move. Alright. So here also you notice that Cersei joined us, which normally I would have tried to have her earlier, but Cersei will join us in whatever happens here, because Musashi has decided to leave for another urgent fight. And this is mostly a fight for Dorothy to fight against Assassin, who decided to be fighting against her wishes. So here we're going to continue. While I'm going to be fighting, we're also going to be seeing that I'm going to be separated with our good friend Saber in a sec, because our plan will be to actually attract the attention of Assassin while we actually charge up an attack with Saber. So here I'm trying to kind of load up. Alright.
I believe this is
getting
the seventh
close
giant
to...
snake we've seen.
I think we've seen quite a few. Love the giant snakes, though.
I thought the snakes were gonna stay in the snake chapter. Every time I see one, I get pleasantly surprised. Wow, I get pleasantly surprised. There's another snake.
Are you okay?
Hi, I'm anneurismz. I have a speech impediment.
We're with you. Don't worry. We support you in your endeavors.
That's all I could ever need. Thank you.
Alright. So now we're gonna be separated with Saber, but it's okay. I hope you're excited for this fight, because we're gonna be showcasing all the might of Cersei and Iori at the same time.
Let's go.
Does Cersei have pig attacks?
Oh. I'm so excited that you asked.
Oh my gosh.
She does!
Oh my gosh! This is so good!
The pig!
Also, this enemy looks
Also,
so
Cersei
cool.
has better things, like this giant electricity attack that just deals a ton of damage.
Yeah. But pig!
Alright. So here I'm gonna go into another attack with Cersei. My goal here is to break the shell gauge. That's all I need to do, so it's totally fine if I don't do all the damage.
I love it. I love it so much. The pig design in this game is perfect.
It may be the best
also
thing
here
I've
I'm
ever
gonna...
seen.
Wait, it's a flying pig?
Alright, we're getting close to maybe getting another shell gauge, which would be amazing here. I'm gonna try to keep it happening. Keeping myself at void stance just in case, but ooh, that's gonna be a bit tight. We're getting close to the to another. Yeah, yes, thank you for the afterglow explanation. Okay, another Cersei attack.
Wait, you just got the afterglow explanation? Like this late in the game?
Yeah.
That's wild.
And with this, yeah, and with this, the fight is over. We're gonna be defeating Assassin right now. Also, I can't skip this cutscene. It doesn't have a skip button, so enjoy this beautiful attack. Alrighty. And with this, Assassin is dead, and Dorothy does not have any place in the Holy Grail War anymore. But she will still be a friend. Don't worry about that. But now that everything has happened, we should return to Kaneji because we kind of left Yui Shosetsu kind of alone over there. What happened? Well, it's not shown directly, but it was revealed all along that Ryder was not being controlled, and Yui was preparing this to have all the information and defeat Caster's master. And now, our new enemy is Yui Shosetsu.
No!
Gasp.
Not bad.
Alright.
Not bad.
Hada is not our enemy, don't worry.
Yeah, that's not hot.
Oh,
Yeah, no,
I
you're
thought
good.
Yui was.
No, Yui is the master of Rider. Musashi is a berserker.
Got it.
She likes a
Yeah.
good fight.
Hot Dad is just anime girl version of real life guy Miyamoto Musashi.
Mm-hmm.
Got it.
Yeah. So here I'm gonna quickly check for some upgrades. And now we're in the middle of Chapter 5. Chapter 5 is also very short. But here we're gonna be boosting ourselves a little more. Should be fine, and I forgot to change my equipment. Let's see if I got anything good in the meantime. Yes, you're pretty good. Fire boosting, we want that. We want that as well. Loot up for plus 40, plus 42. Yes. And loot up plus 42 also. That's pretty good. Although, no, that's what we want. Also, I'm gonna be changing some skills here. I'm just gonna equip this in the meantime. Just as a quick unlock. Also here, I'm gonna unlock some saber skills. And then we're gonna go into our ley line for the first part of Chapter 5. No. Well, I didn't want to see that menu, but it happened. It's okay. Alright. So now we're gonna actually go outside and we're gonna buy some boss candy again.
What do you think the boss candy tastes like?
I mean,
Boss.
if it refills your entire affinity gauge, I'm gonna say it's pretty good.
Yeah. I would hope so.
Oh, wait. No, I do need to get that boss candy, please. Alright. So a little bit of buying. We're also going to be buying some honeyed rice cake because... Oh, I did the thing that I said I shouldn't be doing.
Oh no.
It's okay. We're going to be returning to the thing pretty quickly. I'm actually wanting to check. Can I actually just continue? No, it doesn't let me go to Kanda, huh? I'm gonna quickly load up the save that we did at the end. It's okay, we're just gonna lose a couple of... Just a minute and a half of setting up things, but at this point now I know what I have and I don't need to be too busy. Alright. And you know what, I'm gonna do the upgrades later, because I can do them later. I'm gonna just change my equipment. It had to happen. I had to at the moment.
It's okay.
Yeah. Alright. That one. And this one. Alright. Then we actually go outside, and we're gonna get boss candy, and we're gonna be fine. While I'm correcting my mistakes, Cell, do you have any messages?
Any messages? I'm just thinking about Pig, but of course I have messages. Again, I'm gonna just remind folks to absolutely come join our Discord. It is the best place to know what is happening, to keep up to date with all the different events. But also, if you want to see what's going to be coming up on the channel throughout the week, throughout the different months, check in the panels on Twitch. I don't know if this is on YouTube, so our YouTube viewers, but down on Twitch, if you look below, there's a link to the RPGLB content calendar, so you can check and see when different shows are going to be on, what games are going to be showcased, when community events are happening as well. Great resource for you as you plan your viewing. And don't forget as well, if you're watching and enjoying this, to drop us a follow, because that's one of the best ways to know when we are live, both over on Twitch and on YouTube.
Perfect. Right in time. So now we're going to be doing a good amount of the leyline conflict here for this event, but for this section. But don't worry, there's going to be more leyline later on. But here, this is one of the more complex ones to route because it requires so many things at the same time, and also we get to kind of have to babysit Saber just in case. So here, I'm going to be going towards the left while Saber's going to go down east. And I'm gonna try to reach Ueno as fast as I can, because by doing so, I'm gonna actually be accessing Tamawaria's power, and it actually leads to more actions, which is pretty useful for this section of the map. Alright. Here, once Saber has joined this, I'm gonna go over here. Yes, what were you saying, Anne?
I was just reading what the book said. It's an enemy trap. I'm scared. I'm terrified. Yeah. Oh, they're gone. Never mind.
We're good.
Once again, go my Saber. Control the neutral.
Also, here I kind of do not have any food, so I'm gonna just go over there, eat the food, and finish my actions. I'm gonna be fighting enemies, but it's gonna be fine. Alright. There we go. And then there's gonna be a Soul Eater. There we go. Alright. Then we're gonna have a fight with Yori only. That should be pretty simple. Although I do have Cersei. Hi Cersei, can you do a little bit of lightning, please?
That's awesome. There's so
Yeah,
much
that
damage.
lightning attack is so good.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Cersei, for your hard work. So now we turn the enemy into a pig.
Let's go.
Oh my gosh. Pig enemy? That's incredible.
And now we're gonna use the Saber Intercept, take down this enemy, and at this point the enemy is gonna be pretty simple to defeat. I'm still gonna redirect Saber because Saber was supposed to be going here, but decided to not follow my directions.
Saber. Supposed to help.
It's okay. Now we got that. I'm gonna lead Saber to the Nue, that is just before Kanda, while I'm going around and defeating some enemies. I'm not gonna get rid of this. I'm gonna get rid of the Shadow Stitching because we're not gonna be using it. I'm gonna go over there. Which this section is gonna open this path. I'm gonna keep on the Nue because I'm gonna have, otherwise I'm gonna be too early on that cycle. Alright. Continue upwards. And with this, this is gonna be doing the Nue fight. Oh wait, I do need actually to do this, otherwise I'm in danger. There we go. That's what I wanted to see. This is gonna do this attack, but that's totally fine. Our goal here is to kind of let Saber take care of this, while also doing the Saber Intercept on the other side. There? There we go. And then the Nue is gonna appear. We do another session of Big Water Laser. Using raindrops to take down the Nue and try to deal as much damage as we can. Also, I'm gonna be eating a little bit of food, because otherwise I'm not gonna have enough.
Tasty snack.
Unfortunately, I didn't get the chance to. It's
I will
fine.
say,
if I take the one here, it's totally fine.
I will say the Nue, in my opinion, is like the scariest enemy in this game. If I woke up and saw that in the corner of my room, I may never sleep again.
No, that one is more important. The other is totally fine. Because I can actually cut the other one. Oh, it's okay. It's okay, Grandpa. We're gonna be fine. Look, Yuri goes here. And look at that. No more enemies. Everything's good.
Is Grandpa telling us that we're doing something wrong?
Mm-hmm.
What does Grandpa know? He's a book.
Yeah. So here I'm going to be using a Darting Dragon because otherwise that enemy is going to be a bit too fast and we just want to finish this fight. There we go. So welcome to Mechanical Dolls. Those enemies have the bad tendency of doing a big explosion once they are dead. So this is why I'm not going to stay next to them.
Why are there robots now?
Survive. Yeah, they're robots now.
I love their feet wheels.
Also, we're going to see more spiders, I'm sorry. Alright.
I love all the
spider.
I love all the out-of-play stuff in this game, like the robot and like the holograms earlier.
The hologram.
Because I haven't watched any of the cutscenes, so I don't have any context for this. So it's just like, oh, it's Star Trek time now.
One door opening, we're gonna have another fight, and then we're gonna go into our next servant fight, which is gonna be pretty fun because it's gonna be the old man. The guy I don't like. Anyway, scary doll.
Ooh. That is scary
doll.
I'm waiting for the explosion, and now I'm gonna be dealing all the damage I can, and then use the Link Strike. There we go. Another usage of that attack. We use the other Link Strike. So we're being pretty nice today on that section. And then there's another section of mechanical dolls that just appear.
They kind of look like the Robin Williams robot and Bicentennial Man, like their faces.
You're not
I can
wrong.
kind of see it.
You're not wrong.
Robin Williams robots with massive wheels with a bunch of feet on them like caterpillars. Stuff of nightmares.
And try to deal as much damage as I can. Otherwise, we're gonna be having the usual as before. Old man is gonna want to go into the shell gauge, and that's not good. Oh no, he got me with a one strike. It's okay. Oh, and now he got actually the gauge. It's okay.
Whoa.
Yeah, don't worry.
What is the old man's class again?
Assassin.
Right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. He fights us with the power of Kung Fu. And that's literally
awesome.
what Li Shuwen does. I'm not kidding. Alright, and with this, we get Rogue Assassin with us. Because he wants us to kind of save Yui Shosetsu. For some reason, we don't know really why, but it will be shown to us pretty soon. Anyway, in the meantime, Yui Shosetsu kind of broke our ley line, and so we're gonna need to cut it very quickly before we return to Asakusa. Right, so what I'm gonna be doing is first, before anything, I'm gonna need to unlock 4 nodes here. Otherwise, I'm actually losing time on 7 pots. But otherwise, I'm pretty good now. I think I need to just check what I have. Oh, yes. I need to unlock the gauges if I can. Let's go. So, affinity gauge for the water form, and here, affinity gauge for the void form. And with this, we got all 6 of our affinity gauges.
Let's go.
Yeah.
You must be so powerful now.
We kinda are.
We can do so many water lasers.
Yeah.
Or
Trying to-
are electric attacks with affinity gauges? Or is that something else?
No, that is the one. I'm gonna go buy some food because there's some stands here.
Tasty stacks. I missed the sugar
And we get
wafers.
to use another key location. Now we can enter one of the longest fights in the run. This is not the part that I'm supposed to go in. This is for later. I'm supposed to be going over there. Look at that. Yui is waiting for us.
Gasp.
Alright. So, I'm gonna start immediately with a Void Strike, and I'm gonna immediately go into a Rolling Rapids, so I can try to damage as much as I can Yui Shosetsu's bar. Because this will cause Rider to lose their own bar.
Oh. That's a neat gimmick. I like that.
That was a fun gimmick.
And more fighting, more putting Rider into stun.
That was awesome. That was I did not know they had different link strikes.
Alright. Almost there. Let's go. We keep having the strike switch. Oh no! No, they dodged it! No!
That's cool and unusual.
It's okay. We can work with this. Alright. Now that's what we want. That's what I wanted to see. Shosetsu being back means I can actually start doing... Oh! Great, thank you! I can dodge this attack very easily when it's done. And Rider does the saving grace, the saving movement that we did at the beginning of the run against Rider. So, you know, we're doing the same thing, and it's very cool. Unfortunately I couldn't reach Saber in time.
I like how one of her attacks are called. It's called the Piglet Stampede. Cersei might be the third best character.
I would have to agree with that.
Alright. We're at the end of the gauge. And at the end of Rider's life bar. Let's go. So here we kind of reveal Rider's actual person. And it's actually a character that is present in the previous in one of the previous games, but here it's an alternate version named Ushigozen, and she summons this giant cow.
Whoa.
That is a giant cow.
Yeah,
With 6 legs?
Hey, where's its head?
it doesn't have one.
Awesome. More power to that cow, honestly.
So here we kind of do a sort of Avengers like where we're trying to defeat this giant cow because it's actually dangerous for us. And here I'm gonna do Flames of Mercy, Pray for Mercy, and immediately go into the normal Phantasm, and this will cover the Lancer side of the fight. Then we will go for Musashi, who is gonna have 4 fights peppered around Yoshiwara. And then we will be returning to Yori in just a sec for the final part of the Yoshigozen fight.
Shiamon, you should be nicer to her.
Alright. Now, Musashi fights.
Let's
Now,
go.
the first one I'm gonna do without using any gauges because I have a limited amount of food and 4 fights do take some time, but it's okay. I have the strats. There we go. Alright. Next fight we're gonna be able to do a one-shot stream, which is the level 3. Also, yes, I could be petting the cats with Musashi.
Oh my gosh.
Should I do it? I know there's a cat on the way to the next...
If it's gonna make you lose time, you don't have to. But
it's gonna make me lose 5 seconds.
it is up to you.
Yeah.
Let's do the pet. Let's do the petting.
Gasp.
Alright.
Pet the cats.
I love this tornado attack.
It's so cool. You know, there's been a lot of like fantasy stuff that you couldn't do in like real life throughout this run, but now you can pet a cat. You should go find the nearest cat and pet it.
Yeah. Look, here it is.
Let's go. I agree.
Aww, it's so cute.
That's awesome.
That's a great cat petting animation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it makes sense. She's only the best character in this game. Honestly, maybe even the best character in this franchise as someone who's only ever seen this game in this franchise.
There we go. That's all of the Musashi fights.
That was awesome. I'm gonna miss you so much.
Oh, don't worry. She will come back very soon.
Oh, yay!
But now we're going to be doing the Ushigozen fight, which is going to be very serious time, because I'm going to be focused on that fight. It can go very wrong very quickly, so Yeah. Focus. But first, we do have the time to do some funny things with Saber.
To the corner you go.
Alright, then we're gonna have another Phantom Spider, or Jorogumo. Okay, I didn't think you would do a Link Strike, so I'm thankful. Saber. There we go. With this, the shell gauge shall be almost removed. Thank God I got that. There we go. Alright. Ushi goes in fight right now, and it's gonna be very tight. I don't have as much food as I would like at this point, so I'm gonna try to improvise as best as I can.
Good luck, you got this.
You got this.
Alright.
We used the power of friendship to weaken the cow.
Mm-hmm. So here's Ushi goes in. And she's fighting with this spider-like arm section. Alright. Ah, I tried to dodge. Just as a safety.
This is quite the enemy design.
Yeah. There we go. Alright. So this is the first section. We just needed to break the shell gauge, but it's a very sturdy one. And now we're gonna get into the second section, where we actually fight the second part, and we're gonna try to go for a Noble Phantasm, and then hopefully doing all the damage immediately. Now the problem here is that, yes, you have seen correctly, there was free. This is the third shell gauge for Ushigozen, and that's totally normal. This is the first time we get to actually see 3 gauges on that, on enemies.
That's so mean.
It is very mean.
Yeah, this is why it's very demanding to do this fight. I'm gonna be eating one of the crepes. There we go.
I love that as a rider, her mount is a giant spider robot and not like a horse like we've seen with the other rider.
Yeah.
I think I saw somebody in chat talking about the loose definition of riders or archers in the game, and this is a great example.
Yeah. This is a very good example of that. Okay, I almost dodged that.
Is it just me or is her shell gauge regenerating slightly?
With this, Ushigozen is done. We're gonna be dealing a final hit, and that's it. And with this, we're gonna be very close to finishing Chapter 5. There will be Chapter 6 afterwards. But also, don't look at the screen if you don't want to be spoiled. The true name was revealed for Saber.
Saber real.
And now, Saber real.
Saber.
And now we're gonna continue towards the unwavering warrior's path. But before we unwaver, we're actually gonna be leaving the place. I'm sorry.
Before we unwaver, we're gonna waver a little bit.
Yeah. That's because we're actually gonna be stocking up on food.
I see.
Mm-hmm.
Good wavering.
I need to go over there and eat the food over there. We're gonna want the Mirin. Also, I completely forgot to unlock this section. It should be fine. I'm gonna quickly check. Can I have another one? If I only have 2 bars, it's fine, but... Yeah, okay, that's the only one. We'll do this fight with 2 bars, it's fine.
I believe in you.
I believe.
Mm-hmm. So what we're gonna be doing is a fight directly against Musashi, our former teacher. It's gonna be a 1v1. Final destination. Some items allowed.
Some items. AK candy.
Eating as much candy as you can.
We're not gonna be using any candy because we do not have access to any of the servants. So our affinity gauge is useless.
Oh.
Hi, Dad.
So yeah, this is the coolest fight in the game.
I mean, naturally.
See, we're getting Olympic blasted in Return this time.
Which is awesome. It looks even more like an Olympics blast when you're the first thing you blasted with it.
Okay, apparently I also did not get a chance here, so this is gonna be a long fight. I'm sorry if we're gonna go overestimate for this one. Wow. This fight really had decided to not let me have a chance. So I'm gonna be dealing all of the damage all by myself.
Very mean, but if all the fights to be long, at least it's the cool fight.
There we go. Second shell gauge. There's gonna be a third one in just a sec. Unless... Okay, she decided to do this. I'm gonna take the damage. It's totally fine. Alright, final shell gauge. And final... I want to say 2/5 of her life. We're dodging this one.
Love that we're just shoveling rice balls into our mouth while fighting Hot Dan. I think that's a sentence that's probably never been said before.
It's definitely one of the sentences of all time, though.
Okay, here I need to actually leave because otherwise the thing is gonna catch up to me and deal a lot of damage. And there we go, final shell gauge, just need to deal the damage, and we'll be out of chapter 5. That was unfortunate. It would be nice if... Oh no! Oh no. Okay. At least this time I know that I can maybe get the second shell gauge squared away.
Oh no!
It's okay, you got it this time around.
Yeah. Alright. All the damage here. There we go. Alright, this is gonna be the last shell gauge. Need to dodge this one. Oh, this is the super. She's gonna be doing this again. There we go. I'm glad I dodged that one. That one is very hard to dodge. I'm gonna safety heal more often here. We don't want the repeat of the fight before. Please. And there we go. The fight is over.
Let's go.
Woo! Woo! Yeah, alright. I'm sorry for that loss on the fight. That was pretty terrible. That was very unfortunate. Sometimes missing one riposte can lead to major time loss, but I'm glad I managed to come back on the second one.
Great recovery, Jupi. Good job.
Thank you so much.
I absolutely second that.
Alright, we're gonna try to go as fast as we can on Chapter 6. Chapter 6 is pretty simple, but it's still gonna be pretty long. First of all, we're gonna have a major leyline conflict with a couple of fights just before it, and then we're gonna have the long boss fight against Caster. Also here, Lancer and Chiamon try to get us out of nowhere. Don't worry, we defeat them. Through the power of cutscenes.
Let's go.
Power of cutscenes. We defeat them.
Alright. So this is the first part. Caster is shown to actually be Yeda no Are, which I'm gonna say I will always be proud of. Actually realizing who that was before even they revealed their name. Yeda no Are is actually the author of the tale where Saber isn't part of. Again, if you didn't want to be spoiled about the name, don't look up what I just said. Alright. So here I should be using this. But mostly what we want here is to actually go into half of Caster's life. There we go. Then we have another leyline, another fight with a Nizuna. Unfortunately here, thank you, I wanted a Link Strike, that's perfect.
Let's go.
we want to use Rolling Rapids. Normally we want to use the Cersei sub, but because of all of the improvisation I had to do earlier, I do not have the Cersei sub immediately, which is fine. Saber is pulling in overtime to help me with that fight. There we go. Alright. So next we're just gonna do a quick check on equipment and everything, and then we're gonna be going to our ley line.
I'm so excited for leyline time once again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Last ley line, right?
Yeah, that is the last one.
Let's go.
I kind of want to get this one because despite not being golden, it does have a good thing with it. So yeah. Also, more loot up. Even if it's towards the end of the run, we can still have more loot up. It's always good to have. Let me open this.
I love the detail that goes into that mounting menu when you equip stuff and how it all looks different. It is definitely very cool.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
it is. I love how detailed this game is in a lot of ways.
There's so much going on in such fine detail. It kind of blows my mind a little bit.
Mm-hmm. We did not upgrade those earlier because of the mistake I did. But now we can do those. Yeah. And now we're searching. I'm sorry, Cersei, you were great, but now we return to Archer.
You will
And
be missed,
now we love Cersei. She is great. And now we're actually gonna be going into the ley line. Yui, lead us away. I think this will be the last time where you can send for any messages, Sal. So please send away.
Yeah, for sure. As I see in the Twitch chat, the bot just posted a reminder of our YouTube channel. VODs, of course, from past charity events, from all of these sideshows as well. They are found over on our YouTube channel. We also stream these over on our YouTube channel as well. So you go follow us over there, get a notification when we're live, and when new VODs are up. In case you missed it, missed part of the showcase, go back and watch it. This has been a fantastic show, and there's been so many great moments already. Make sure you go watch it so that you don't miss them out.
Alright.
Or if you want to watch.
So
the
this
taking
leyline actually is so demanding. I need to actually have screens instead of a text description on my notes.
Yeah. Yeah. When you first sent the notes, I was scrolling through and I was like looking at all of it, and then I looked at the bottom and I was like, and there are now screenshots.
Yeah. This leyline is long, it's precise, the route that I found is only New Game friendly because New Game Plus does get the advantage of getting so many of the good Mystic Codes that we do not get to have here. So I get to do my best. Also here I'm gonna go to Kanda. There's gonna be a little bit of a break here. We get access to a little bit more section. But also, I'm going to be using the Saber Intercept to grab this enemy. Here, there's going to be this enemy going over there. It's totally fine. Also here, I'm not going to open the access to Assassin immediately because Assassin will actually help us with fighting a section later. An enemy will come all the way to Kanda and then mess it up and let us capture itself. Here, I'm going to grab Saber and I'm going to lead it all the way here. This is a very specific path. Also here, this enemy is gonna try to go very fast. We get to control this Izuna, thankfully. Alright. No, we are not opening USRC, I'm sorry. And here, because we have Assassin, we actually have a protection for one Spirit Gauge, one Affinity Gauge, and not two, like the usual. So, you know, a little bit of a savings here.
Oh, that's so convenient.
Yeah. So here, Saber is going to continue going downwards. I'm going to continue as well. And basically what's going to happen is I'm going to do a giant circle that's going to help me with cutting access to all of the ley lines that later could be a danger for me. So here we already are cutting the bottom right section. And then we're going to be cutting the bottom left section right after. Here, even if I have the system here, Saber is still made to move this way, and so it's totally fine. Also, if it doesn't work, I can just do this. And now I get access to Kanagawa Port, which is mandatory because I'm going to need to destroy the enemies in front of the ley lines. Alright, so here I'm gonna go to Kanagawa Port. Archer routes the enemy away. I am not gonna use the affinity bar. Then I'm gonna use an Earth Ots to go all the way here. And I'm gonna go to Zojoji. Terrible name to pronounce. And I'm going to be using a Spirit Devourer to capture enough of the fonts to actually open the access.
Try saying I can't even say it once. Try saying that 5 times fast.
Oh, I'm not doing that. Yeah. So now, basically, all of the paths are open. I'm going to be using Saber to go over those. And I'm going to be using a Spirit Dragon, a Dotting Dragon, to go all the way to the other section. So here I go over there. I'm going to be bringing this section, this one, and this one. And with this, we only have one way left, and it's to Akasaka. And let's go for the final fight.
Alright.
Let's go.
So, first of all, we don't get to do the caster fight immediately. We have some enemies to take care of, but it's okay. Some enemies are entering the zone, and now I'm gonna blast them with water. There we go. Then we're gonna have a spider.
Does that spider have 2 heads?
Yes.
I don't like that.
Freaky.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm getting rid of it immediately.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's pretty immediate.
Alright, and here I'm gonna use a Heaven Fire. Take care of
That's
this
so
spot.
pretty.
That's such a cool design.
And now we're doing another one for the new way. Also here, I do not want to be losing all of my my valor gauges, so I'm actually not using them. Because I will need them later on when we do not have Saber for a sec. And it's gonna be pretty dangerous if I don't have enough firepower. Alright. And with this, we're going into the boss fight.
Let's go, boss.
But also, I don't know why, this section just takes a little bit to load. It just happens.
The game has trouble gaming.
Yeah. Alright. So, focus time. Also, Yester is doing some silly shenanigans because Caster's power is to be able to write history on the fly. Therefore, he makes it so that in the story, he never got hit. So what we need to do is we need to take down Zhang as much as we can, and then we're gonna need to gonna wait the scripted part of the fight.
It's like playing with a child.
Yeah. This is the.
I have
you can't hurt me.
It's like he's Scribblenauts.
Alright.
No, you can't.
And with
hurt
this,
me. I have this power.
You can't hurt me because I said so, and my word's the law. So, not a boo boo.
Alright. We're trying to deal as much damage as we can to Yedanoare. And there we go. Now we're gonna go into the Reality Marble. And this is the moment where actually the game can still be terrible to us. We're gonna try to fight as best as we can because here we do not have access to our servants. So what I'm gonna be doing is I'm gonna try to focus both at the same time, even though I'm gonna try to have Zheng first. Because with Zheng gone, we would actually have a possibility of dealing a lot of damage to a caster's shell gauge. This is also one of the biggest moments where I'm going to use a lot of fireballs, because otherwise I'm pretty much in danger.
That's awesome. This arena is very pretty.
Yeah, it's one of the prettiest arenas in the entire game. I really like it. I think that for the final bosses, they really showcased like how pretty the game could be. Because the other ending also has a very pretty section that we unfortunately won't get to see here. Also here, Caster is terrible and protects itself. But there we go.
And also that area in DLC 3 at the final boss, and that was also really pretty.
Mm-hmm. Also, trying to defeat Caster as best as I can. There we go. So now it's going to be a little bit scripted. There's still a bit of talking, but we are going to be sent into the final boss very shortly. Time will be on the final hit on Yasumagatsuhi. But it's okay. We have all the food we want, and we have good amounts of damage coming very soon. Anyway, Yasumagatsuhi, welcome, Big Dragon. Very dangerous.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. Also has 6 shell gauges. 6, no, 3. That would have been way too much. Otherwise. But at this point, what we're gonna do is we're gonna try to deal as much damage as we can try to also eat all the food we want and deal all the damage immediately.
Here's the last thing I'm gonna say in reference to something else. He kind of looks like if Guy Fieri was a dragon.
I see it.
He has like the reverse frosted tips. He has like an almost like on his belly is like almost like a flame patterned shirt. His entire
Oh my
mouth's black.
god. Why? Why?
I can't believe you would curse everything here. I can't believe this.
I just call it as I see it.
Alright. So here I took the opportunity that Yasuma Gatsuya was in the air to do the Noble Phantasm, that way I could bring it back down very quickly. But now it's gonna do a charge attack that we need to hide into Shosetsu, which, thankfully, we're already there. Let's go. Sometimes Yui would be spawning all the way to the other side and be way too far, and we would need to rush to the end. But here it's fine. And unfortunately, Yasuma Gatsuhi is not susceptible to a lot of stun, so the shell gauges are almost mandatory. But with this, we're gonna continue trying to deal all the damage. I think I managed to make sure that it was not going in the air again. It looked like it was about to fly, so I'm glad I managed to dodge that. I'm gonna use All Strike. Continue. Take advantage here to deal all the damage while it doesn't have a shell gauge. Come on. Almost there. We're so close. Come on, please. Time is gonna come, hopefully, pretty soon. Alright. And... time!
Woo! Let's go. Go back to Flavor Town. We don't want you here.
Alright. This has been a run.
GG's Jupi, that was awesome.
GG's.
Thank you. We defeat Yasuma, and we deal all the damage. We're gonna do something very cool. Yadanoware is here, but we don't really care anymore. Trying to heal it back. Give it all the energy. But yeah, this has been Fate Samurai Remnant. New game, Apprentice, with the Array of Light ending. And as everything is over, I don't know what else to say. This run ended up having so many issues, but I'm still glad I managed to get it through to the end.
Great.
This is a great showcase. It was
Good job.
Thank you.
If folks want to see more Jupi, where can they find you?
They can find me at twitch.tv/cutefengies. I don't know if I'm going to be doing more runs of this outside of one-offs, because 4 hours is a lot of time, and I'm EP now. But I'm totally welcoming more RPGs in my life. I've been looking into other RPGs to run pretty soon, so I hope you're excited for those. You can also find me at cutefengies.bsky.social, where I sometimes mention that I'm streaming. But otherwise, if you like YouTube, also at cutefengies, pretty simple. I hope you enjoyed the run.
Yeah, no, this was fantastic. And Corey, any shout outs to me as well?
I would love to do some shoutouts. Corey, you want to go first?
Yeah, I don't stream, I don't post videos. I'm on Blue Sky, same tag as is on here, Corey, and then 3141.
I stream at twitch.tv/anneurismz. I'm on Blue Sky as anneurismz. I'm on Instagram as anneurismz. Catch Binary Breakers Presents Hope for the Holidays coming up on December 5th. I'm in the interstitials for that. It has been a really great time working on that. It'll be a really great event. Please come check that out. And then I will be running Mindwave on January 9th at AGDQ at like 4 in the morning EST. So if you were a creature of the night or live in Europe, please come watch that. I am so excited. I have had so much fun today. Thank you so much for having me, Jupi.
Yes,
No
thank you
worries.
very much.
I would like to thank RPG Limit Break for allowing me in, especially Sel. Thank you for inviting me.
Well, thank you for submitting. This was a very cool run that was not at all what I expected when I scheduled it, but this was a delight. Thank you for being here. Folks, do not go away. We do have some final words for y'all as we close out. Do I remind folks, again, I've said it multiple times throughout this run, come join the Discord, follow us on our socials. These are the best way to stay up to date with what is happening with RPG Limit Break. We do have applications open for positions on the team. We also have dates now for RPG Limit Break 2026. You don't want to miss information about any of those things. So, !Discord, !Social in the chat. Come join us. Come learn more about what we are up to. Now, if you're wondering when the next Hidden Encounter episode is going to be, that's going to be December 7th. We're going to have Expedition 33, aka Clear Obscure. I keep forgetting there's 2 parts to that name. It's going to be a wonderful, very exciting time. But next weekend, still tune in. We're going to have a special Breath of Fire relay. It's going to start at 10 a.m. Eastern on the 29th, and I believe it's going to go the whole way through to sort of late in the day on the Sunday. So, it'll be a fantastic weekend of Breath of Fire gaming. But with that, thank you all for tuning in, watching. This was a great run. Another round of applause to Jupi. Stick around. We're going to be going to a raid to go see some wonderful fellow RPG lovers.